So it sounds like you've had an exciting couple of hours.
I'm going to assume you're referring to my Twitter messages for the past 8 hours being Japanese name followed by the phrase 100%.
Yeah, so the funny part is I more or less was expecting this to happen. In fact, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner, but I knew that
Mm-hmm.
at some point suddenly you would explode onto Twitter because it's not live and just go, "Holy fuck, what the fuck? I can't believe it. What was I
Yeah.
waiting on?" And then uh, at which point you'd probably accelerate up until um, completion.
Yeah, you've known me for a long time, so
Hmm.
you pretty much know exactly how it goes. Now, the reason why I'm posting the 100% is actually because I think that the video descriptions of the percentages you're putting on your videos for 13 Sentinels is perfect. I think that's an incredible way to write that down part wise. Um, but also, have you hit a 100% with the character?
Many of them.
Like, it's always a huge pop
Yes, it is.
on every single one.
Yeah. So we're talking about 13 Sentinels, but we're not spoiling anything. And I'm
Oh no,
nearly
I will not.
I'm nearly done the game.
Mhm.
And Pat has sounds like he's caught up and blew past where we were at because
I'm at 95%
yeah.
remembrance. I'm at 67% battle. Like, I have to do the whole third
Hmm.
wave.
Hmm. Yeah. So we, again, we're doing this on an LP schedule. So we're expecting to be done within 2 sessions from now.
Hmm.
But um, we're almost there. So yeah, I think once that wraps up, we can talk about it. And it's great because it'll be fresh in your head and stuff. Um, the only thing I want to, I guess, again, while we're talking in circles and not discussing the content, but just the structure of the game, uh,
Yeah.
did you find that binging it made it like made your brain hurt at
So
all?
I actually want to talk a lot about 13 Sentinels and nothing to do with the plot, everything to do with its structure. So I checked because the save file gives you the in-game date, right? So I was able to see that the last time I played it was 10/24/2020, which
Mm-hmm.
would have been fucking October.
Dubbed?
Right. Yeah, duh.
Okay.
So I had really like fallen off of it. I had not played it in 10 weeks. Which if anybody watched the original thing that we did or the talk about it, I was like, you gotta binge this or you gotta play it consistently because there's so many little bits and pieces flying around. Oh my god, you're gonna forget everything. And so then once I finally did get back into it, I've been waking up like super early lately. So I've done both binging and non-binging. So
Hmm.
I played it every day this past week. But like Tuesday to Sunday, I
Mm-hmm.
played like 1 hour in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like maybe two scenes
Okay.
per person.
Okay.
So like the really drip fed, like
Yeah.
just
Well, it's
just
still
the taste.
yeah, 24 hours apart between sessions is still like fairly close, but ultimately as long as you get a chance for your brain to process the holy
Yeah,
fucks, you know?
and that worked fine,
Yep.
obviously. And then this morning at I woke up at 5 a.m. and I'm like, Reggie hit me with a dank meme yesterday, making fun of me for not having finished the game. So I got to get past that.
Hmm.
I have to get there.
Yeah,
So,
he doesn't know that that's the type of spite fuel that creates
oh yeah,
this here.
yeah. That meme was spicy. It hurt my
Should have left it
feelings. It put me
alone.
on the back of the box.
Hmm.
Said, "Oh, I better get on 13 Sentinels so you don't like look like this guy."
Hmm.
Oh, so sat down and binging it is oh god, it has a pro and a con, like a really dedicated pro and a con, right? So the obvious pro is there are certain character storylines that are kind of separate from the others, and
Very
there are
much so.
other characters storylines that are just intertangled constantly, right?
Hmm.
So like Nenji's story is completely by himself almost entirely. Like he almost doesn't interact with anybody. Meanwhile, Ryoko is like every scene in her whole story has like 5 different people in the room at the same
There's a
time.
lot of stuff. Yeah. Don't drop names if you can
And
avoid it. But yeah.
okay, regardless, the point being is that the characters that intertwine, their events are interspersed with all the other characters so often that it becomes a lot easier to follow where they're looping in and out when you are binging it and seeing everybody. So
Hmm.
such and such shows up here, and then here, and then here, and then here, and then here. Now, if
Hmm.
those were like 2 weeks apart, I might forgot that this sequence of events took place before this one,
Hmm.
and this took place before one, because
And
sometimes they're happening like minutes apart.
I would argue that there are some characters who are their the structure of the game like almost makes their story benefit if you kind of forgot a couple things. Um,
Mm,
because it makes
I
some of
disagree.
those surprises it hit you a little harder in some ways, but thankfully, and I really do stress this in the LP, that once you are playing the game, the mode selection is
Mm.
putting just as much emphasis on analysis as it
Yeah.
is on remembrance and destruction. So you're looking at a game that's like, here's your gameplay, here's your story, and here's your files of what happened to look at. Here's your folder
Hmm.
of events. And it puts as much emphasis on you replaying and revisiting those things to remember what happened as it does on actually playing the game.
Yeah, the downside to binging it nonstop is that the game is constantly dropping bombs on you, and some of the bombs that it drops on you are anti-bombs to bombs that it dropped earlier,
Yeah, lots of
such as
lots of
like
ways.
and so you'll be playing a character and you'll be like, oh, is that true? And then you'll play the next character and get to all the way at the end of there, and they'll be like, no, it's not.
It kind
But
of
this character's working through that, and it like all the different. I'm like going, which one of these is even the reveal at this point?
it's quite interesting how, yeah, the Wikipedia in the game is treated as like a, you're gonna want to get familiar with this thing.
Oh yeah, because
Um,
you mean I went through maybe 4 hours in a row, got like 4 5 characters to 100%, and then just stared at the analysis screen for a good half hour, just be like, okay, what parts of what time part
mhm,
did that
mhm,
fill
mhm.
in?
I
Okay,
also,
this happened there, then they ran over here, then this person did this.
yeah, no, they've thought this whole structure through incredibly well. They've gated off progress where they needed to, and they also really did a great thing by giving you the ability to sort of see the branch of each
Hmm.
character as you go through them. And so in the end, just structurally, it is unlike anything else I've ever seen, any other game I've ever played. And I can't believe like this is what Vanillaware has been secretly doing, ever since Dragon's Crown, or the latest Oboro Muramasa rather. um
I'm super super impressed at the visual novel progress gating.
mhm
Like
mhm mhm
there are so many spinning plates. Like I look at this story as a story about spinning plates. Every single character has a different type of story, and they're all focused on a different piece of the larger, grander whole. So they're all like figuring out their own crap at different speeds and occasionally interacting with the others. And the game forces you to go, oh wow, I've got a big piece of the new mystery for so and so, right? Wow, that's crazy. And then it goes, that was a pretty big reveal, huh? Locked.
mhm mhm
You
mhm
must now go and play with all the other characters.
You're
And
not ready for what's beyond this point.
in many cases, the character that you just locked, the one you're excited desperately to get back to, is locked for hours and hours. Like they're locked forever. And they'll be like, there's one in particular. It's like you have
Yeah,
to do the
yeah.
victims of poison event. And I'm like, this is locking like 6 people.
It's great.
What is it?
It's great. Yeah,
Um,
man.
and
So
to that, I have to, like, the thing that I really want to talk about is the experience of going back to it 10 weeks later, because I figured that would be impossible. I was about 30% through when I stopped playing it. And then I came back 10 weeks later and I was like, oh man, I'm going to be so lost. So, like, everything in the game is perfectly, amazingly designed to make it so that you can go back to it.
mhm.
When you mouse over a character at the top of the screen in the remembrance, it tells you what happened last time. What was the big, like, plot push of last time? When you click on them and play in their scene, you can hit square and see the every part of their route that you already saw and what cutscenes played and what occurred in those cutscenes. Like a one-line description of every single big reveal that ever happened in their cutscene. The battles, you can go back to the first stage. You can beat on those first couple stages. They're jokes, man. Like, they're no problem. And remember how you fucking played with your Sentinel. How, oh man, I really like the interceptors on the Gen 4s, for example. Right? And then you just go and say, you know what, I'm going to spend 40 minutes and read every single mystery file.
Mhm. Mhm.
And once you're done with that, okay, you're good to go. You can jump
Mhm.
right back in. And I jumped right back in, and it was no problem.
Like it's funny how like brain overloading is such a thing that like it's happening to you as you're going through this where you're just like, okay, uh what was that again? And then the game helps you remember what you've already seen, lets you revisit it, lets you fast forward through text you've already seen in the zero escape kind of way, so that you can get right to anything new that you want to like perfectly like clear out or remember.
Oh yeah, it's great. Like, you start up a new character, or not a new character, but you start up like halfway through a character I haven't played in 6 weeks, right? And you start up, and there are 8 thought bubbles on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just listen to all of
Go
them.
listen to the thoughts.
I'm
Yeah,
up. I'm up to date. Okay,
yeah,
great. I remember what all this was
yeah.
about.
It's really really amazing with that. Like it's the visual novel advanced. I don't like
I also want to.
my
Okay.
understanding of visual novels is super dated, so I'm sure they've come a long way since when I last saw them. But like this type of shit makes it like really amazing with quality of life.
I also want to give them a big shout out for everybody that would be worried about spoilers but still want to talk to their pals about
Mm-hmm.
the game.
Mm-hmm.
They have done work in making it easy to talk to your friend about it. All you need to do is say, okay, percentage, character, and then event name.
Mm-hmm.
And I went through them to check on this. The event names almost have no there's
Context.
no ability to discern what the event is about.
Yeah, the context is nice and vague. And like
Like, every one of those is like, it's like it's the biggest reveal ever, and it's called going to the video store.
I mean, yeah, no, like I when it came time to do this LP, and I was like, okay, so we've been naming all of our episodes recently, right? How do we handle this? And it's just like, just say the mode, character, and percentage. What do people need to know going in? That, and you're solid. You're solid. There's not only, but like there's a complaint I do have about the Wikipedia, and that is that select scenes are not available in the characters that they belong to. They're only available in the all timeline. And when you want to like quickly browse for those scenes just to jump around a bit, it gets a little bit hard because you have to stick to all, and I'd love if I could like further subdivide, but I noticed pretty much every character has a few scenes that don't fit into their own you know, subdivision.
Yeah,
Um,
I haven't looked that closely at it. I usually just skim it for a bird's eye view. Usually, what I end up doing is going and like, because a lot of the character stories are told out of order, and there are
yeah,
flashbacks within flashbacks, and I'll go like, okay, I know that was before, because the story takes place over like a month, mainly from the controllable perspective. Like, did that happen before this guy did this? Did that happen after this guy? Where? Because the flashbacks aren't like dated per day. They're
yeah.
always
Well,
1985, such and such.
well, this, that, and such. But like, the again, I think there's something to be said about like when all of these things take place relatively, like, when they take
Mhm.
place relative to each other. But there's a couple of flashbacks some characters have that only fit into the all timeline. When you go searching for them
Mhm.
individually, they're not there. So there's just a little bit of a subcategorization issue there. But beyond that, it's fucking incredible. And yeah, I mean, the other things, there's so much to say, but they all require going into detail about the actual events. So I will say, like, might as well leave it off there. But the combat's very fun.
Yeah,
I
it's really good.
I like the combat a lot. I'm starting to really like find my way with, like, or not find my way, but I'm starting to really find myself attached to games like this, games like FF7R, games like Phantom Brigade, which is coming soon, which is that sick ass mecha game
Mm.
where it's a combination of real time and turn based, where it's essentially like stop time, pick your actions, and then proceed. And Transistor kind of hits on that a little bit, but it's not quite the same thing. You know, this is a like this is a different way of doing it, and the first three games I mentioned there are much more in step with how it works here.
Mhm.
I like it. I really do like that ability. Um, and as someone who got overwhelmed with you know some of the, like, the more the RTS games, like I told you about, like Warcraft, when the hero system came in, Warcraft 3, and I just got overwhelmed with it. This, if I had this kind of system in it, an ability to like pause and make some decisions, I would have been able to wrap my head around it and get a little bit better, I think. But
What's
I,
goofy is like I'm making those decisions like super fast
mm,
in the 13 Sentinels battles, but the fact that I don't have to make them super fast lets me make them super fast. If I had to actually make them in real time, they would be panicked shit decisions, even if they took the same amount of time.
hmm,
But
I
just because I have the ability to sit and look at it for 1 second, I can go, oh, okay, boop, 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 boop.
well, it's no secret that, like, I'm I get really hooked on turn based strategy things, and that ability to stop and assess and think is just it's incredibly relaxing to me, and it makes me enjoy it so much more. The ability to, like, tactically plan, and you still make mistakes and you still get overconfident and you still think, oh, I'll just go do this, and you're like, oops, I anticipated wrong, I fucked up. But it just, again, things that remind me more of like a board game in that procession are always a ton of fun. And the more
You know what's
advanced.
a ton of fun? Finding out that there's a limit to how many sentries you can put on the battlefield.
Oh, damn.
There is totally a limit.
Yeah, interceptors too,
Um,
I imagine.
the interceptors, you put out as many as you put out. Like,
Okay.
each person has the max. But sentries, like, you hit like a limit. It's like 30 or something.
Okay.
Um, and when you hit that limit, it's like a goddamn like auto battler. It's like auto chess. It just
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
just put the fucking controller down.
Yeah. I mean, this game, like, it really, for the unit types you get to control, and like um the abilities you get to use with them, like, if you want whatever archetype of like mecha you're looking for, with like, if you like your punch boys, they can become
Mhm.
super hyper turbo punch boys. If you
Mhm.
like your ranged missile shooters, they can become god level, fill the sky with missiles, like,
Missile
shooters.
rain is
Like, everything can
Missile
become.
rain deserves like a huge clap, because it's like it's a really zoomed out abstract art style, but because the missiles that you fire give the circle of their radius, and missile rain throws so many down that the fucking floor becomes white with tracking lines. Like,
No,
holy
it's
shit.
the combat system is a lot of fun, and the game definitely knows that as you're getting used to it, and it's like changing things up and introducing new aspects and elements and enemies and things like that. Um, you eventually get a point where like your customization options blow wide open, and once you kind of see that, it's like, oh fuck, you go from having, let's say, I don't know, 30 things to spend your money on to like 100.
I have
you know
barely touched like the raw Sentinel upgrades. Like, I bought all the moves and I upgraded all the best moves that I liked. But then you get to like how much have you upgraded your Sentinels generators?
I have
Like,
I
how
have
much
I
of a difference does it make?
Well, to me, the things I personally wanted was, I wanted the ability to sortie them more often, and I wanted them
Mhm.
to be able to do more moves. So
Yeah.
it's like pumping endurance in a way, and then pumping, whatever, your ability to go out more than twice, type of thing. So like
Mhm.
those were my main priorities. But yeah, like if you build money in this game, they open up the things you can spend them on quite nicely too. So anyway, let's move on
I
from there.
remember I will say one last thing about the spinning plates. Eventually some of those plates get put down. And so far, all the plates that I've seen been put down have been nice and neatly placed at the table. Like, the game can't keep up its pace. Like, it has that reveal, like crazy concept reveal pacing for like 90%, and it can't keep that up forever. And as it's slowly putting them down, I'm like I read a couple reviews that were like, "Oh, the reveals start to slow down at the end, and it's kind of a bummer." I'm like, thank God. Like, I can't, literally can't deal with the mid game pacing level of reveal the whole time.
Yeah,
Like, one,
it has to land. It has to
like
land. You
when I
know.
got to about 90%,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I want a couple loose ends taken care of. I want an answer to the big question.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're always in any good mystery, there's
Mm-hmm.
always the truth in
Mm-hmm.
quotes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, give me the answer to the truth
But
and
steer
I'll
this
move
some
on.
bitch in for to the landing zone, and stick the gears out, and let's roll it in. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Uh,
That game's great.
it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And you know what? It is destined to be a game that cannot be really talked about, um, for the purposes of like viral advertising in a way. Like, this is
Oh
gonna
yeah.
have to be word of mouth, and
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
it's already a sleeper hit. It's already under the radar. Under the radar. It's already on sale in a couple places. So many people are hearing about it and kind of a little bit aware, but don't quite know how much of a banger this thing is. And, um, you know, I feel it absolutely needs the word of mouth to spread the word, to get for people to pick this up, because you can't quite show them something from it. Like, Hades is incredible, but like, you can show a couple of things from Hades and people will be like, holy fuck, okay.
You can show like a start to finish run of Hades in like a half hour.
And like, people will sell themselves on it just by seeing that. And most games
Mhm.
that thrive on word of mouth will have that kind of like sell tweet. But this game, there's so little of it you can show. I mean, when I'm tweeting out that I'm going live with it, my screenshots are the most nondescript. Just, here is a child and here is a robot, and
Except
that's
for that
it.
one. There was one that I actually saw when you tweeted out like 4 or 5 days ago that I had literally seen 10 minutes earlier in game, which is one of my favorite scenes in the game. But it's the way they will frame scenes is they'll put characters in like a building with floor to past your eye level ceiling of glass.
Yeah.
With like a valley of skyscrapers. I'm like, I bet something cool's gonna happen right next to that window. And sure enough, it does.
Yeah. But it did. Dud is my term. But it definitely, like, without context, you're looking at pretty art, and that's the best I can hope for, you know? Incredible. Super cool. Please go grab 13 Sentinels. It is my game of last year already. I need to see how it sticks the landing, but it's all but, you know, a wrap on that. And it's gonna need some people pushing it out there, you know.
If you're not totally sold, I have an explanation for you of just how ambitious the plot is. There are at least a couple situations in which everyone's going through their own sci-fi story, right? And two characters are frustrated that they're saying like, oh man, no one I would tell would believe this. Hey man, what's up with you? And just a blunt, 100% clear explanation of their storyline hits the screen, and characters go, yeah, whatever. That's stupid. Yeah. What's up with you? And then the character responds with their 100% blunt, clear explanation of what's going on in their storyline. Responds with, yeah, okay, if you're just going to make fun of me with this stupid shit.
So between the last session I played and now, because Punch Mom has caught up, right? Mm-hmm. She was looking for something to go through, and she decided to start watching because she hears how excited we're getting, and she likes a good narrative story. So because she's caught up, we are able to like discuss things, and so she's observed some stuff that like I missed out, and by having it all fresh, we were able to have some really productive, interesting conversations. And one thing that happened was like I just went back to go rewatch a scene now. Revisiting scenes when you get later context is so great in this game, but in particular, like the greatest anti-just talk in all media I've ever seen occurs in this game. And I'm going to point it out the next session we start at, because just revisiting moments and taking the full context in and now putting that to get like, I can't believe the anti-just talk. The technology is through the roof.
Hey man, this is happening. I don't believe you. Why would anyone ever believe the thing that they just heard when this character said it?
Furthermore, that's not what's happening. This is what's happening. Yeah. I don't believe you. Yeah. No. Incredible. So we'll leave it there. And I'll be sure to revisit that. There's a couple of really cool things to revisit that I'm going to start the next session out on. I can't wait to get back to it. So we will do that. But
I would like to say one last thing, which has nothing to do with the plot. It's just really, really funny to me because it's now burnt into my brain. And I don't know if this is because the game is originally a Japanese language product, or because it's the way that the writer decided to write it, or if it's a trick to help you remember a shit zillion different characters. But the amount of fucking times that people will walk up to somebody and go, hey, do you know full name of character? Do you know Natsuno Minami? Mm-hmm. I'm looking for Natsuno Minami. Mm-hmm. Oh, I was good friends with Natsuno Minami. Is this where Natsuno Minami could have been? Like always the full name almost every single time.
Yeah.
And it is like burning their names into my head.
Oh, it works so well. You can go back and listen to me in the first session struggling, right? Reggie's really good with this. Reggie's great at picking up like long Japanese names right away. I was struggling. And then 3 in, you're like, yup, that's that. right?
You're
Natsuno
dealing with like
Minami.
20
It's all together.
characters that are all have like long Japanese names, which I'm not super familiar with either. And by the end of like a couple hours, you're like,
Sekigahara, Hijiyama,
oh
all
yeah,
of it.
It's Takatoshi
Renya Goto,
Uchiyama, you got Kentaro Miura, you got Megumi
Yakushiji.
uh,
They're
fucking,
burnt
I
to
just
fucking
like.
yeah.
But I also find it funny after going through everybody's story. Like, I think the words "Natsuno Minami" like are the single most spoken aloud words in the entire game.
But they also when I was saying it, they just come together in a nice, pleasing way. Natsuno Minami, it's got that nice sound effect connection together. Anyway, it's
great game, incredible game, super good game.
And now
everybody should play it.
And now we move on. But I will continue.
Now we're gonna move on from 13th Cent.
But I will absolutely continue to push the rogue agenda of like telling people, yo, go fucking play this thing. No one else is gonna tell you to. Like people on the internet will tell you to play it, but like this is the only real marketing it's gonna get. Yeah, cool.
It was on sale recently. If you ever see it, just buy it.
This is going to be a little bit of a Titanfall situation of like, hey, grab a couple bucks. It'll be worth it. And like this time, I can absolutely promise you will get endless hours of diving for your appreciation. Like there's so much game here. Anyway,
I am tempted. I'm very tempted. Once the game is complete and in the bag, to go to that cutscene viewer and watch every event in chronological order.
I was thinking about the movie, the movie, as it were. Yeah, there absolutely is the ability to do that. Anyway, and shout outs to Vanillaware continuing to have their food porn obsession. They love food and they will draw the most highly detailed renders of food porn in a Miyazaki-esque way. So that was your week. That was one of the things you did, and I'm glad
that was one of the things.
I'm glad you did. I think Reggie baiting you, like again, it's he will learn the circumstances of poking the tiny spite dragon. But in the end, it's worth it because now you get to appreciate and enjoy some quality that was not there. But I feel like it must have pushed some things out of the way.
Kind of. I had actually so like in personal time, it ate up all the non-stream hours. In terms of stream hours, KOTOR 2's the shit. It's great. If you want to find out why, there's a million places you could go to find out why KOTOR 2 is incredible. Really did an LP of it. It's really great.
Sorry.
I saw a YouTube comment which summed up the writing of KOTOR 2 perfectly, which was an assassin droid calling the Sith killing the Jedi cultural suicide is a level of depth that we will never get from any Star Wars movie ever.
Unfortunately, as far as I've been able to see. Maybe something amazing in Rebels or Clone Wars approaches it, but hey, this thing is to me next level. Someone just asked about, and I think he said he's going to. Reggie has been taking notes on his phone the entire time and has created.
Oh, he's gonna put those up.
I think he's gonna release the Reggie notes at some point because Mr. Research himself, why put it to waste? So yeah, I think he said he's gonna put them out once we're done. Anyway,
What if all the notes are just pictures of Morimura's butt?
Her butt? Then I would be pleasantly surprised that it wasn't other parts of her body. Anyway.
You know what? I'm going back to 13 Sentinels for a second. It's really funny because Morimura is your big titty nurse / big titty leather lady that like is mandated by Vanillaware or possibly George
Must exist every
must
game.
be in the game.
Must exist.
But it's the first time that characters in that universe will look at that character and go, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's true. You kind of walk by them in every other Vanillaware game, and they're just part of the world. And here it's like, fucking hell, man. Really?
I think there's a character that like meets her and goes, "Is she a teacher? How are the boys supposed to pay attention in class?" Like, okay.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that like everything about this game has been very delicately crafted and very delicately laid out for maximum enjoyment and minimal, spoiler revealing things too early. But I say that same level of attention to the plot was paid to how cosplayable they want things in this game to be.
Oh, it's so like
the cosplay
maximum
bait is through the roof.
Like, hey, kids, I bet you can cosplay a character in 13th Sentinels, guaranteed.
So
if you fit any of the following criteria, do you have glasses? Put on either dark glasses, thin-rimmed bookish man glasses, or the under-rim red glasses.
Whatever you more, and I pointed out to already to a friend of mine that's just like, if you are out there putting your costume together, you absolutely have not only have you got like your full school uniform bait and whatnot, but you've got your, hey look, I'm naked in the cockpit with this technology like tastefully surrounding my naughty bits. And if you want to get one of those photo sets done, that's free. That's free content right there.
Just put a lily in your hair and you're done.
Just put the wires and the machine parts right in front of the bits and you're good to go. Anyway.
Why don't Goto's glasses come off in the robot?
Why a lot of things about the robot? A lot of questions about the Nakeds, but anyway.
Where do the clothes go when they're in the robot? Is there a hamper?
I don't... anyway. Like, LCL is one thing, but... Like, plug suits were kind of, like... made to be that sort of... bait while also looking like there's a reason for them to wear them, and like I feel like this game just kind of goes, yeah, fuck all that, just take it all off.
That. Well, it's the pose. They're all riding like low to the ground, like Asian style motorcycles where their whole body is like draped over with
Hawkeye
their butt
Hawkeye Initiative, like neck turned backwards, type life-filled shit. Though the thing comes to mind is like anytime there's like an anime where you have to get now plot based like nudity and like Kill la Kill or fucking Piloting the Ass comes to mind. What's the fucking one with
Darling in the Franxx or
Darling in the Franxx, right?
No.
Just like
Darling in the Franxx or whatever.
Yeah, that one. Right? It's like, it's tactical plot nudity. You have to understand. Anyway.
I'm shocked I went through that whole game and there was not a single part of the whole game that somebody was like changing and we're like, oops, my titties fell out. Oh no, they fell out everywhere. Like there is no onsen scene in that game.
It needs to still be legal. The game needs to still be a legal video game. So, anyway. Sorry to swerve back into it, but it was on the mind.
Yeah, that's going to be the case for a while, I have a feeling.
It's a very good game that deserves that. But, yeah, get on it. Get on it. It's worth your time and attention. And also get on Attack on Titan. You should get on that, too. It's a good time to get on it. Hey,
where are you
KOTOR,
watching Attack on Titan?
Current. On the
where?
On the anime?
Yeah.
the most recent episode was like last night.
Where are you
So,
watching it?
oh, where am I watching it? Sorry, I thought you meant like where are you? So I was confused.
No,
by the
no,
where.
no, 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 no.
Crunchyroll.
Okay, Crunchyroll's got it. Okay.
Yeah. What part are you at in KOTOR?
I just did Dantooine, which people were making fun of me in my chat. Aha, look at me saying Dantooine, and then I met two characters back to whack that said Dantooine and Dantooine, which I thought was really funny. That there's no consistent fucking description of it. I discovered because I'm playing with people in my chat that watched your whole LP. I discovered things about that game that I did not know.
Oh.
And the number one thing that I did not know is so that game has an influence system, right? And if you influence your party members by getting your party members to like you, they will share your alignment, right? And there are benefits to like having their influence above like 90 or whatever. It's a hidden number, but like really like you, they'll tell you a bunch of stuff. What I didn't know, and I swerved my whole playthrough to do it, was there are also rewards for hitting 0 on alignment on influence. So instead of being a good ass Jedi and teaching your pals to be good ass Jedi, if you're a fucking prick and dark side to the max, but make your parties hate you, they will become spite Jedi.
Yeah, we talked about this last time a little bit. You can push things the opposite way. I remember trying to understand this because, like, for most of the LP, I
said
thought
this last week. Oh no.
Yeah, we did. Spite Jedi and Spite Sith. We did.
Oopsie.
Yeah, I thought for most of the LP, I thought that like they simply just followed you wherever you went, but it's a little more complex than that. They go in a direction, and it's been so long now that I don't remember the full details of it. But like, there is a magnet effect essentially that can push them away from you or pull them towards you aggressively as you progress. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh no, I'm losing my memories. I better take my pills. All right. So never mind KOTOR then. Sorry guys,
head.
I forgot.
It hurts.
We'll have.
I know.
I'm talking about on
you
Twitter
don't
about
believe
that.
me. I know. Don't
There's
worry.
gonna be some shit to say.
I know. trust me.
Her storyline is terrible. She's the one bad one.
Hey, anyway, we've already taken to having a little thing. Like, we've already had a moment in this house of like, hey, do you want to, I don't know, let's say take responsibility for throwing out this garbage? Oh, my head! It hurts! Oh! Just walk away. What? Who?
Just get both palms in on the temples. No! Like, every time I get to those parts, all I can think of is like, my mind! From fucking X-Men.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a wild system in KOTOR. It's pretty crazy. But yes, we did talk about all of that last week. We did. It is true.
All right. Here's what we can talk about this week. So I beat Bayo 2 for the first time in 6 years? 7 years? Whatever. However long it was.
We talked about that too, but now you can complete your... We talked about how you think it's aging badly.
Yeah, and so I beat it. I had only played like 4 missions or 5 missions the last time. Yeah, I think Bayo 1's like actually considerably better now upon replaying both in a row. Like, Bayo 2 has a lot more color and a lot more spectacle, but like the core system stuff.
This is 3 weeks in a row now, actually. Sorry, I just it legitimately is the same thought.
All right, here's one. You know what I forgot playing Bayo 2?
What?
Do you remember that terrible afterburner level in Bayo 1 that led to the really great Gen boss fight and how annoying it was going through that?
Okay.
Bayo 2's final mission is that. The final boss fight you have to do an afterburner mission to get to the final boss fight.
I mean, I didn't hate it, you know.
I did because the final boss fight is terrible.
It's
bad.
So I was gonna say, like, I was gonna ask you how you felt about the Lumen Sage battles, direct comparison to Jean.
They're not as good. They're way better looking, but they're not as good.
Interesting. Okay.
You can't hit the sage out of Witch Time.
All right. Yeah. I just I'm this is my third time saying it in a row where I'm like I think I disagree with you, but I'll have to revisit, but that's about it. We're hitting Requiem. Absolutely. We're turning around. We're getting punched with Giorno.
I'm genuinely baffled how I could have been talking about the bad final boss fight from last week if I hadn't
No, not that part. It was the Lumen Sage part, because I asked you about it again.
Okay.
Because I keep going to the Lumen Sage because I love it so much that whenever you go, oh, I didn't like Bayo 2, my brain goes, but the Lumen Sage is so cool. So I just keep going like, yeah, but how bad was
it's
that,
a lot
though?
easier to
You
to see like the annoyances when you play it like back to back against the Jean fights and the Baldur fight from the first one.
Okay.
Like I still think like the biggest bummer about Bayo 2 is that Rodin and the Lumen Sage are totally playable in that tag mode, but not in like the Bloody Palace equivalent.
So that's where I was actually about to go next. Let's hit a topic that hasn't been touched on. How much of that co-op stuff have you investigated and checked out?
I played a couple of hours of it. And God, I wish you could just play it yourself. Like, it's a really, really cool mode that playing with the CPU is just constantly annoying because the CPU is constantly interrupting what you're doing on the enemies that you're fighting. And also because there's the CPU, you can't switch weapons. Like, I wish that exact mode was there, just solo.
You can't switch weapons.
No, because the memory constraints mean that the CPU is taking up the memory for their set of weapons.
Okay. I didn't remember that part.
Like, and also, I also really wish you could play that mode like by yourself, because I tried to play it online and fucking no one is playing that thing.
Well, I wouldn't imagine, but I do. I think I mean, obviously it came way earlier than the DMC3 co-op introduction, but like
years and years.
Yeah, but like I think I would like to hope that Bayo 3 includes something fun like that, where you can just go take the what's it called, the cameo system, to the next level and just full on integrate co-op, because you've already got that experience with Mission 17 or whatever it is, right? Like let's just go all the way with it.
Yeah, just put Bloody Palace or whatever it's called, like Angel Muspelheim Challenge or whatever the fuck, and have you select from single or co-op. That's all people really want.
And then we can get Donguri videos where
of him playing with both characters.
Well, or I was gonna either that or Donguri and Sunhai Legend both connect to the same game, and we all just cream our pants.
Look at this cool thing you will never, ever, ever, ever do, ever. Yourself.
God. I mean, that dude, like, I don't know if it counts as a career, but, like, whatever it is that Sunhai does, where it's just like, my job is to make cool combos in all video games and tweet out GIFs, high quality on Twitter, or videos. I'm like, that's a career. If I could fucking do that as a job, I would die doing, I'd love to do that. I'd do that over this in a heartbeat. So
seems
stylish.
Like the kind of thing that is very tedious.
Yeah, and we never see the all the takes of the effort it put into like setting something up. But I mean, that motherfucker put out a tweet where Virgil is doing his sword Ayajitsu kata, and while the taunt is going, he's controlling a doppelganger to deflect a fucking riot from attacking him, and he's fighting off with the doppelganger as the taunt continues. It's like, it's next level shit, man.
I wish I was good at video games like that, but I'll never be. Never, ever. It's a
I just
bummer.
kind of look at that too, and this is another one of those moments where you're like, man, the people on the ground are are infinitely more in touch than the people in the tower, because it's like, how does a company not immediately hire that dude to just make their footage? I know he did official work for special edition, but I think that's the first time I heard of him being involved with, like, you know, official game combo videos or whatever capacity, because it's just like, this dude's doing the best to show off your game, and that shit goes viral because it looks incredible. Please hire them and make your game look good at the same time if the combat engine is, you know, capable of doing it. Like, it's kind of wild.
Dude put up like a fucking Final Fantasy 15 thing like yesterday that was like fucking awesome.
Right?
And I was like, I don't remember ever doing anything like that in Final the game.
He
Not
has
even
done,
one time.
he has done more to reignite my interest in revisiting Monster Hunter than literally anything I've seen or heard from.
Oh, I
you
can't
or
wait for
anybody.
Rise to come out just so I can look at them animated GIFs.
Like, his Monster Hunter ones in particular are just like, God, you make this look so good. Fuck.
Yeah, and it's always like totally wild shit. The Monster Hunter ones are like some of the most incredible to me because they're always like, I'm looking at it and in the back of my head I'm ticking off all the special conditions that would have had to have been met for these things. So like doing like a series of emote backflips until eventually do a little slap to knock out like Basil Goose from the dive bomb in the air into a knockdown state. I'm like, okay, so you had to hit this thing within like a frame of its knockdown state, then leave it alone, then watch it do the dive bomb, then figure out exactly where it was going to dive bomb, and then start dancing like 30 seconds ahead of time. Like, Jesus fuck.
Get in midair, jump off the cliff, charge up the sword swing, come flying down right as the clash is about to hit. Like, ugh. And then if you fuck that up, you got to go set the whole thing up again, you know? And then after you land it, don't freak out and go, yeah. Land, turn your character towards the camera, and slowly walk towards it and away from the writhing beast, you know? Absolutely.
It's incredible. I love it. It's great. You try that Rise demo, by the way?
Not yet. I'm just gonna grab the full thing.
Oh, it's good. It's timed too, so get on it.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little too busy right now, but I'm more than content to just pick it up as soon as it drops.
Ah, okay. That's pretty much it for what's going on with me.
Okay.
If you want to see more of my streamy stuff, you can go take a look at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. That's where I'm going to be streaming more Kotor, and maybe I'm going to be streaming that I'm going to be streaming the gameplay thing for Resident Evil 8 on Friday. So if anybody wants to hang out with me and talk about big giant vampire lady,
We will. That's a topic.
you can talk about it, and I'm like, I don't care.
Doesn't quite tick your boxes, huh?
Don't get it.
You know, it doesn't tick your boxes,
don't
huh?
get it.
Sounds like fucking cowardice to me.
What? How?
No,
Explain.
No. I did see the tweet where it was just like, someone was like, oh yeah, I can't wait for all these giant lady stands to RE fans to fucking 180 as soon as they see her monster form. And it's just like, nah, they're down for both. They're down for both. They love both. What are you talking about? Yeah. You don't get it? What do you not get?
Why would I get it? Everyone's like, oh wow, what if a girl was really tall? Like, every girl is tall. I'm 5'2". So I'm like,
but what
cool.
if she's
like,
even taller than that? No, but
literally
wait,
every woman I've ever known, save for like 2 or 3.
But even taller
Crazy.
than that,
Ooh.
though. Like, super tall. Yeah. Also, more on point, weirdly middle-aged and Southern Belle energy.
Oh, that's the vampire creases. The virus only does so much.
So the weird middle-aged Southern Belle energy is also very unexpected and interesting, because who does that? Who picks that? You know? That's a very interesting
I don't know, man.
thing.
There are like 3 mutuals on my timeline that just post the word MILF every single day.
If she sounds anything like she looks like, you know, a whole ass woman, as they say, yeah, this is gonna be a very memeable, powerful character that's gonna stick around in the Capcom library annals for a long time.
I'm wondering,
dude,
if
Tyrant,
that's
Nemesis,
a character we already know.
Tyrant, Nemesis, other big threats in the franchise. Weird lady who looks like she'll be kind of polite to you before she crushes your skull.
There's if that lady has a British accent.
No, not British.
Like a
Southern.
No, let me finish.
Sorry.
Let me literally finish. Not British, but like New England kind of posh accent. Then I know who that person is.
Okay.
I have my suspicion about what's going on with that game and its weird title, because that lady looks a lot like a grown-up version of an evil character from a different game.
Okay.
Do you know about Alex Wesker?
I can't say I know anything about anything, really.
Okay. Because remember when they were like, you remember when they were saying that Resident Evil 8 is not Resident Evil 8? And everyone's like, motherfucker, it says RE Village, and you fucking
You put
like
the one
colored
VII,
VII. Yeah, guess what? That can also mean REV3 for Revelations 3.
You fucking wow. Conspiracy theories. Okay. I see.
That would be really good, though. That would be very good. I think so anyway.
Is that about it though? Is that the end of the thought? Is okay, but
well, no,
wait,
it's because
at
the end of Revelations 2, the bad guy totally gets away with like a new clone body.
Okay. Someone just said it takes place in Europe, Wooly. Is that true? Is it not taking place in America?
Of course it's taking place in Europe. It's taking place in like Romania.
Oh, okay.
Vampires. Werewolves.
Well, you know, vampires can show up anywhere, but all right.
It's taking place in Eastern Europe. Remember when Resident Evil 4 took place in Europe?
Okay.
Is this Spain? No, it's Europe.
Well, then maybe she won't be a Southern Belle, but I still I hope she is. It would sound cool, but I guess if it's a setting,
so I'm going to tell you right now, she's not going to be a Southern Belle because the last game was Southern.
Okay, all right. Then she'll have some kind of accent, perhaps.
She's either going to have like a New England Britishy like posh accent, or she's going to be like Romanian. And the characters are going to be like, dude, we're totally not in Romania at all. This is Europe.
Okay. Well, whatever she sounds like. Just on appearance, I'm like, that's cool. That's a cool idea.
Oh, it's a really cool design.
I think that's a really cool thing. I'm like, I like that character. That looks great. What a nice threatening.
I think the coolest thing about that character is
woman.
that we saw her in an earlier trailer, but the shots we saw in the early trailer had no
one for scale. No one for scale.
Yeah, they had no birds for scale.
Or servants for scale. And
I think it was Susie who put up the first tweet, which had like a screenshot. He was like, "Whoa, that lady's huge!"
yeah.
And it's like her towering above the other characters.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa. I hope what people expect is that she is Mrs. X, where like instead of a stomp stomp stomp, it's like the clack of heels.
Clack of the heels of your teacher coming back down the hallway as everyone's in class, so you hear nothing but the click click clack clack.
People
clack.
saw those mods. Capcom saw those mods of Mr. X in a bikini, and they're like, "Oh, we know what people want."
And then, like when she gets to a door, one of those like heels just blows the door off the hinges.
Yeah.
And the leg comes through, you know.
So yeah, I'll be taking a look at that. I'm super weirded out by that gameplay reveal thing, because Capcom like reached out to me. They're like, "Hey man, are you going to be co-streaming the gameplay thing?"
I got that. I got that email.
Do you want to work with? And I'm like, and I replied like, "Yeah, sure. Why?" And they just never got back to me. And like, what are you gonna do? What is the collaboration? Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
In most cases, I kind of assume it amounts to like, hey, we might retweet you or something.
I assume that is,
which is more than fine.
that is the thing.
Yeah. I was like, I'm the wrong one for this one, but maybe on the next one, we'll see. But cool. So that's coming up. Over on this end, I'm not gonna lie. So time is about to disappear again because I'm once again returning to the Guilty Gear rabbit hole.
No, start lying. Why not?
Just make shit up.
Just make up a couple innocuous lies for no reason.
Yeah, okay, right. Bridget was put into the game to get the heat off of Soul and Kai being paired. Totally.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good lie.
I'm gonna be returning to the rabbit hole, and I've already started. So most of my spare time again is gonna be putting this all together. It's gonna be a good one though. Got some fun topics to cover in the next point. But as a result, yeah, like I'm gonna just become boring mode again because I'm not gonna have any real spare time.
What do you do this week, man? Work that you can't see yet.
Yep. But I did squeeze in a little bit of other stuff before I started. In particular, oh, by the way, whenever you get to Vrook, I don't know if you fully remember.
Oh, he's dead.
Okay.
He's dead in the ground.
Okay.
So, hey, here's what I remember about Vrook. Ed Asner. Wow, cool. Ed Asner's great. Vrook is like the actual worst Jedi ever. I hate him.
Yeah. Okay.
I hate him.
All right. Good. Just like I can't believe that like in the first game, you're like, oh, you represent the worst of what I hate about your fucking dismissive asshole types. They took that scene where everyone sitting around the council goes, oh, hey, Anakin, do you care about your mommy? Get him the fuck out of here. You're too old, you fuck. Get out of here. Out of our neighborhood. Right? They took that scene and just juiced it up even harder. And they put Ed Asner in it. And like, yeah, he was pretty hateable in the first game. But boy, oh man. It's
wild.
Game.
And now we're going back to KOTOR 2 because one of the big story elements of KOTOR 2 is the Jedi were like, don't go to war. It'll lead to bad things. What bad things? I don't know. Premonition. Ooh, bad. And then they talk to your character like they're a fucking child. Like, yeah, see, we told you going to war would be bad. Well, and like you actually get to have the answer of, yeah, what were you going to do? Sit on your asses and feel good about yourselves while trillions of people got blown up? And then you are able to like poke at them with that to the point where every person you run into starts having like a pissing their pants tantrum.
Vrook is like again, latching onto the the epitome of old boomer energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And making it so purely like brick wall. There is no negotiation. And anytime I corner you, you just whataboutism your way into another argument where you dodge being cornered. Like you just scurry to another corner because you have no points. And like seeing that and dealing with it at its worst and then going like, fuck this, you leave it alone. Only to see that attitude take over the rest of the council, and the people who are more reasonable when you one-on-one conversation with them just give way because one strong bullheaded asshole can just plow through. And I'm like, this is real life. This is what happens in real life. Reasonable people just don't want to resist an asshole, so they just take control because their ego inflates the room and they steam ahead, and everybody just goes, yeah, I guess we'll just go with you. Even though you know that if you talk to these people individually, they are much more reasonable about things, you know? And like
they don't believe in their reasonableness as much as this asshole believes in being an asshole.
So the extremes, right? The extremes of the spectrum take over and start speaking for everybody. And suddenly you have this world of like, okay, the reasonable group here is still in the majority, but this extreme asshole on the end of the spectrum controls the discussion. It's the most infuriating thing, dude, because it's real life.
I gotta say, like, going back to like KOTOR 2 has like kind of ruined so much Star Wars for me. Like so much of what I would call mainline Star Wars. Because like Jedi Outcast to a smaller degree, but KOTOR 2 is like, this Sith Jedi thing is the stupidest fucking shit in the world. Like it is absolutely the dumbest fucking thing ever. And it's terrible for everyone. And it's the worst. And then you get to like the movies and they're like, the good ass Jedi are here. They're gonna save the day. I'm the last Jedi. I'm the bastion of peace in the future of the galaxy. I'm like, man, that's fucking stupid.
Say
that's
what you will
dumb
about all of it. The Luke coming back and basically agreeing to do the movie if he was allowed to give it tired fuck this energy. You know that's part of the. You know that's why he agreed, right? Like,
yeah, he's like, I don't want to do anything hard.
Like the idea that it's tired. Like, nah, I'm gonna come back and be like, fuck all this bullshit. You gotta love that, because that tired Luke is what we all want to feel and see here.
I like voice acting. I don't gotta move around. I just sit in a chair and I do the Joker.
You know, so I feel as he hated all that, really.
Oh, he hates that movie. Yeah, he hates.
But
it.
He hated the negative aspect. Is that
yeah?
That
he's
true?
Like, Luke. He talked about how like, I don't know who this character I'm playing called Luke Skywalker is.
Wow.
But he's not Luke Skywalker.
Okay, no, I'm all right. I stand corrected. I didn't know that. I thought that would be. I thought that was that's what he would have been like in real life after all this time, and I just kind of jumped to an assumption there.
Mark
I'm
Hamill,
sorry, my mistake.
In that position had like, he could do anything. Like there's literally nothing you could do, because like the movie's filmed and they're like, what do you think of the movie, Mark? I think it sucks. Oh. And it's like, what are you going to do to him? Make him not be Luke Skywalker anymore? Too late. You had like 25 years to do that and you didn't. Oops.
Well, the idea that the main character of the franchise becomes very, very tired down the line is an idea that I like, and I think could have been done better, but it's not worth throwing out that.
Well, then you should keep playing that Yakuza series.
Yeah. I like big tired energy, and I did appreciate the step in that direction, you know.
I fucking love how many characters you talk to in the Yakuza series that just sit in a chair and just like point their head at the ground and go, I'm so tired of this crime shit. It's so exhausting. Oh boy.
Like, if he didn't throw the lightsaber away and just accepted it and went, yes, of course, come, let us begin the training. How boring would that have been?
Oh, that would have been lame.
It would have been super boring. The fact that he chucks it is like, yeah, okay, let's go somewhere with this. Not there, but anyway. So we're making our way in the world today. It takes everything you got. But yeah, we are currently shit, what game was I talking about? What the fuck was I talking about right before you brought up Code?
You're talking about Guilty Gear.
Yes, and then
You mentioned KOTOR and Brook.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Throw all that out. Working on Demon Souls, we're getting through it. Reggie's coming into his own, and the back seat has expanded to school bus sized. I expect it to continue building until we eventually get a double and triple decker with the bendy middle parts, so we can get a whole lot of people in the back seat of this bus.
I'm a little confused as to what your analogy actually means.
A lot of people are getting in the back seat of this Demon Souls.
Okay, a lot of people. Okay,
a lot of people are.
Because I thought you were saying that you are backseating large.
No. A lot of people are getting in the back.
But no,
seat.
That makes more sense.
And do you remember how there's something I forgot about, right? Where we would have a session playing a Souls game where we'd get through, something that was a pretty hard area, or like there's some tribulations to overcome, some hurdles to get past, and then you kind of deal with them and you suck, and then you get better, and then you get through them, and then you hit the boss, and then you do that pattern, and then eventually you come out the other side and go, yeah, cool, and then you go home like, all right, that was a struggle, but we got there, we did it, and everything was great, right?
Yeah.
Then you cut it up into episodes, and people get to the middle part where they see you start in the middle of the struggle and you end still struggling, and then they start going, oh my god, it's all going wrong, you need to change everything you're doing. Not realizing that if you just chill out and give it 2 episodes, it's all gonna be fine, because it works out in the end. But it's like,
but 2
this
episodes
is over.
Could be 2 days from now, Wooly. I need it now.
And you went to the wrong place, and this whole thing is over, and it's like, oh god damn it, I forgot that people are like this, and I don't know why I forgot.
No, it does protect you from one guy, though. It does protect you from one.
It does. But the like seeing Reggie struggle and learn in a way is creating some panic attacks in some folks, especially when it's like an area like, say 4-1, where there's a lot to learn.
You can bang your head against 4-1 for like an hour.
You could. But in the end, it ends up being super worth it. And I know it's super worth it. And anyone who saw it knows it's super worth it. But there's just a level of like, this is the worst. And it's like, all right, we'll get past this in a couple days. It'll be fine.
There was a real weird thrill to streaming Sekiro, because it was a Souls-ish. I'm not going to call it a Souls-like, right? A Souls-ish. But the back seating on that was like, do it better. Like, there's no tip. There's like, jump it. Yeah. Jump that move next time, idiot.
Yeah. I've been thinking about Sekiro, and I'm not gonna, and the masochist inside of me has been thinking about Neo, and specifically Neo 2 and all the cool shit going on in that game. But I know that like taking that on is something that requires me to just be like, all right, realize that you're going to be in the fire, and everyone that is like, as much as everyone will show up excited to watch it, there will be those that will be just there to fucking beat you into the dirt, and tell you you're doing it all wrong no matter what you do. So but right now,
also, I'd say for Neo 2, like, there will absolutely have to be like lots and lots of off-screen time, because the way that game's leveling and stats and like equipment shit, and the way it wants you to replay levels.
I imagine it would be a very.
I should get back to Neo.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while now, but yeah, it is time. It is all consuming, and it does require homework. right? I do categorize some games that like require going back and doing a couple things. Like for me, I don't know about that grinding stuff, but I do know that like revisiting the same areas to do the modified versions of the missions might be something best suited for off screen as
Some
well.
of those are like hard as shit too.
Maybe,
Like
yeah.
super hard.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, here's news that just showed up in my fucking face. Send this to you.
Okay.
News part of the podcast.
Yeah, but you know things are coming along in a very entertaining manner, and the rewards for you know taking a rough path are now reaping, and he's surfing through some early areas. You know, like the Tower of Latria is going quite fast. Going quite fast, I do have to say. Although I was pleasantly surprised to see Reggie get to the bottom of that staircase and just hook a left right up into the Fool's Idol room without taking care of business, so to speak. So
oh, sick.
let's see how long this lasts.
Oh, awesome.
Anyway, so Des continues. Another thing this week was I decided to pop back in and check out the new season characters in Dragon Ball FighterZ because I hadn't gone to take a look at them. So I was just messing around, pressing some
You're like,
buttons.
I need my daily dose of Goku, please.
And I noticed something very weird, and I don't know if this is only with me or if anyone else has had anything like this, but PS4 games allow PS4 sticks to work.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I've been able to see online, that's kind of the thing. It's like a PS4 game, you plug in a PS4 stick, and it should work just fine.
Right.
I didn't try using it in a PS5 game. It would be pretty mean if it locked you out as an entire accessory just because of that.
That would be mean.
But I didn't test it. But I did notice that for some strange reason, there was input lag using the stick. And
that sucks.
I don't know what to make of it. I need to do some more testing. I need to see, like, for a second, I thought it was, I was playing Dragon Ball FighterZ, and I plugged in my Kanba, my Obsidian specifically, and then I was like, oh, maybe I don't know if it was, maybe I was like using a bad extension wire or something like that. So then I switched to like a better one, and then I still noticed that, and then I was like, this is really weird. But I'm getting input lag on my stick inputs, and I don't really know what to make of that, right? So I need to like, and unfortunately, like that's the only PS4 stick I have because the Dragon I have broke. So I do need to find out more, and I do believe that like there's PS5 sticks that are, you know, plug-in, obviously would work fine with whatever. But yeah, like this is just a unique issue. I'm gonna do some more investigating. But if anyone else out there with a PS5 has noticed this, let me know, because it's a weird one. It's a strange issue, and I can't imagine. I don't know why it would be that way, but it's like a last gen peripheral for some reason just having very noticeable input lag, and then in particular worse on the like directional inputs for some reason. But yeah, might be nothing, might be something. I don't know. We'll have to look into it. And obviously my TV is configured and all that stuff is set up, so it's not the TV. But anyway, I was messing around. Baby just mechanically has some pretty interesting dirty things. I don't know if you ended up.
You saying he's a dirty, stinky baby? Is that what you're saying?
He's a dirty, stinky baby. He's got some 50-50s, so that's there. I don't know if you ever ended up looking.
Oh no, not the 50-50 stinky baby.
Did you end up ever looking at the move lists for like Master Roshi or any of that stuff?
Man.
Okay.
Nah, man.
So Yeah, just Master Roshi is pretty like interesting in how they implement him because he doesn't have a super dash, so instead he just has like a really high jump, and like you can change the arc that you can jump at with it, and then
That's weird.
you can kind of like do these like shallow or really far moving jumps to kind of control your screen momentum, and then you can do a Kamehameha to blast yourself in any 8 directions, right? So that is your movement, so to speak. So you can just you can use a Kamehameha to just like shoot full. He shoots it backwards and down, and then you go diagonal up in a way. So he ends up being a very different character momentum wise from everyone else on the cast, and it's interesting, and it makes me kind of wish that like you could let like other characters might have that kind of fun built into them, because like unique movement options make for a more diverse game in a way, so he ends up being fun because of that.
DBZ Fighters, like if it has one problem at all, I'd be like, man, a lot of the cast is really similar.
There's
but I guess that's a Dragon Ball problem.
there's the part of it where it's a Dragon Ball problem, but there's also like ArcSys is doing their best to do manga faithful recreations of the moves these characters do. Like every button they have is usually attributed to a frame. If you go back to some of those early reveals with like Trunks or Frieza, where they break down every single attack source, so if Dragon Ball did it, then the game is going to do it to keep it accurate, and that might affect the way the character plays.
And just like the show, it focuses too much on Goku. Hey, got him. Suck it.
That being said, Goku Ultra Instinct is doing all of those dodges and weaves and cool walking through the projectile movement things that are stylish and fun, and they're like the same reason why I like playing as Hit in a way, where you can just hit that counter button, and like legitimately again just on a mechanical level, it's cool when the roster shakes up to kind of play it more differently, to see when you see diversity in the roster. And I think like he also kind of has that going for him, like a very different style of character from the way the others played. Broly is in there as well. Broly's a little bit more of the same. He's
another big man.
He's a heavy. He's got a shoulder tackle. He's got a command grab. He's got a couple other things that are similar to some of the other characters. But yeah, in the end,
I tell you what. You know what would save that whole roster for me? Like, I would shut up and say it's the greatest roster ever. They put Arale in. She fought and beat up Vegeta. That's canon. That happened.
I'll take that. I'll take a Dr. Slump cameo any day. Yep. For sure. I think so all this just to say that it reminds me a bit of like season 3 of Street Fighter V, for example, where like the later characters coming to the game have more stuff going on, like move list wise, and they're a bit more, they're kind of like getting creative with some of this stuff that and it's worth taking a look at. I think when we might revisit that sometime soon as well, just because it's shaped up into.
Has there been any movement on the netcode on that game?
No movement on the netcode on that game. No movement on the netcode. I do believe people are looking at parsec options, but it is what it is for the moment. Still nothing. I want to
maybe for DBZ Fighters ZZ.
And something else that kind of forgot about since it's been a minute, but like the introduction of select your assist type really does open up team combinations and
oh man, I super forgot that was there.
Yeah, now like you pick one of 3 assists just like Marvel, and you get a opened up diverse cast as a result. Now it doesn't have to all be, one character, one function in that way. So all of that is still in there, and like a lot better now. The game is way better for it. Just gotta
Is
gotta
Vegeta
fix
still
that
the best
netcode.
assist?
No, there's some incredible ones.
Because like even Vegeta in that game is the assist that taught me why assists are great. Person who doesn't know anything about assists. Because holy shit,
But
just
he's
lock
not.
it down.
But like, I mean, having a Gohan DP is also incredible for get the fuck off me purposes. So Vegeta's not the end all be all. There's a lot of incredible multifunction assists, and in many cases you want to have a good, you have a good beam, you have a good extender, whatever the case is. That looks cool. And yes, I did see that Hyper DBZ got updated, and I'm going to take a look at that very shortly. So, in fact, I might do that upcoming real soon. So, but what I did look at this week was Naruto Super Gekito Ninja Taisen 4, which is a weird, unique thing, because it is the
I remember that game. That game's great.
It's the aiding fighting games, the Naruto aiding fighting games, the ones that
they're great.
They're really fun. Yeah, totally. So I did a little bit of a history lesson to everyone when I was kind of explaining, like, okay, so the Naruto fighting games that everyone knows now are the Ultimate Ninja Storm series, but those came back from the CyberConnect games that go back to Naruto Hero back in the day, which were bad Smash clones with really great cinematics. Terrible to play, but the moment you hit somebody with a super, it's fun to watch the cool things happen.
Yeah, I would compare the Naruto Hero series to be like closer to like Onimusha Blade Warriors than anything.
Interesting. I've never even played it.
Yeah. I think, oh God, I feel like you wanted to do Onimusha Blade Warriors.
I did, because Mega Man and Zero are in it. Yeah.
And I was like, I'm telling you, it is so not worth it at all. It's not, like, it's bad. And then you asked somebody, I think, and they were like, also, yes, it is bad. No one cares. Also, it's a massive fucking hassle to unlock Zero in that game. Like, you would have had to play it tons.
Or just get a fucking save file online. But
yeah, okay, go do that.
Yeah.
Find that.
I was looking into it, actually. But the Naruto Hero was my first exposure to CyberConnect and the super high quality style, not high quality gameplay mix and match,
What a great thing to be known for, huh?
And
oh yeah.
Well, as time continued, like, I kind of feel like that became more and more cemented in a way. Although when they refreshed the entire series with Ultimate Ninja Storm, like, they did step it up. They made it way better than Ultimate to play, but it still was not as fun of a fighting game as the Clash of Ninja games were, so they came out as Clash of Ninja 1 and 2 in America, and then they went to Revolution for the Wii versions, which were something else. But in Japan, Gekito Ninja Taisen continued to 3 and 4, and I was fucking grabbing all of them because they were really fun fighting games, as you recall. So it turns out that the fourth game on GameCube, before they went into the Wii things that got weird, the fourth game had a following of people that were like, playing it regularly as a community, having tournaments and fucking getting in there, and they played it enough that they went like, why don't we just mod this, like, to be more, tournament viable,
more
for what
gooder.
we want. Yeah. So they kind of created their own little Project M in a way by adding some stuff to the game, by tweaking some things, changing frame data, changing a couple of bits here and there, rebalancing it, and adding like features like wake up moves, for example, because supers are unblockable. So you could have characters that could like meaty you with a super and just eat
That's
it for free.
up.
So now they kind of have like full reversal wake up things to like stop that from happening, and they rebalanced it, and so we took a look, and it's called Super GNT4, and it's it's just as fun as I remember, man. Like, because Aiding knows how to make a good ass fighting game, and like Aiding and Dimps, these are the background companies that are just gonna chill in the cut. You call them in when you want them to help you make your fighting game legit and fun to play, and they'll show up and do it, and then they'll go back to being in the background, but it was really like fun revisiting some of the particulars of this game, where when you get back turned, turning around takes a second. It's slow.
Oh yeah, and I remember that.
And you end up getting fucked if you're back turned for like in a lot of situations, if someone jumps over you or if you whiff a move and shit like that. So then you have to do this really unique thing of like getting used to fighting backwards, and then when you get an opening, you use that opening to turn around instead of attacking, it's a really specific thing. Like in Tekken, a lot of characters can attack with their back facing you, so it ends up being fine. But like in this game, it's like, like you have a lot of weird scenarios where you're like, oh my god, my back is turned, and that person's using Kiba, so they've got Akamaru charging, which can attack you from sideways on the camera on the screen, and then he can blank a ball in at the same time and blow your ass up. And I was just like, my god, this shit gets ridiculous. It gets super goofy at times, but underneath all of it is it's just a solid, fun fighting game, and I remember like being like, I forgot about me pushing for this to be like, I remember like, this is the better fighting game, and the CyberConnect games were taking over and getting more popular because they had shinier, flashier graphics, but also they were on PlayStation, so it was easier to get your hands on it. For imported games, like people were just fucking burning them and stuff like that, so let's be real, people who play anime games don't care about the games being good. Exactly. Well, there's that part of it too. And I remember as I popped it in and started playing it and we were having fun, I remember just being washed over with memories of like, oh man, I was trying to tell people that this was a funner game, and the what is it, the cutscene supers are temporary but motivation is forever. But these games were like absolutely more worth your time, and in the end that franchise just kind of died out and got eaten by one, by the CyberConnect games, but two, by themselves, because they made the Wii games that just ended up going way off base, and I never bothered with any of them, but I hear awful things. So it's a
I just realized something. Like, persistent anime game fans are just like slightly less mainstream football game fans. Like, it's literally the same exact thing. Hey, the game's trash. Yeah, but it has the football man / anime football man in it that I like.
Yeah, I mean, I think Xenoverse tells you everything you need to know.
Oh yeah, Xenoverse is the Madden of anime.
And I mean, it's not surprising that that's the case. I mean, look at what it takes to really get to a point where you can appreciate what, like an Arc Sys is doing with a particular fighting game of some kind, like
I don't know, man. I remember being like a little kid and being able to play a game and like jump in a game and be like, this game feels bad. Like I don't like.
I was fighting for, like the better Naruto fighting game of the two back in the day, years and years ago, but it still is something that it's not surprising that the thing that is easy to see be pretty will just travel further. It's what it is. The substance is not evident. You don't see it with your eyes. You have to feel it with your hands, and what the fuck? Look at this amazing cutscene.
Man, I really want to just
the
point
fourth.
out that Jump Force failed even that criteria by looking just hideous.
Well, like I said, that's the let's make an Unreal. Let's take the Unreal Engine videos and turn that into a video game. So they made that so that people would stop saying hire this man. You know,
it didn't work.
It's still going. Still going. Yeah,
I bet.
Yeah. So
people still buy wrestling games, dude, and those are like the worst of all worlds.
So the Naruto game, the community came out. We had some online matches on Parsec. We had a really good time. And that video should be dropping soon. So shout outs to the Gekitou Ninja Tyson 4 community. I have mad respect for like you guys just hanging in there over these years and sticking with it, sticking with the last one, and just you balanced it yourselves and you're just doing it. And the game's there. They put a fucking GameCube level into the game. They hacked in a custom level of Dragon Ball Cell games. They're doing some wild shit. It's kind of nuts, but the game's fun.
What this makes me think of?
So it deserves it.
So you remember back in the day when you get a wrestling game, it would always be like laughably out of date.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like 6 months behind at best, and like you get an anime game, and if you had the English one, it'd be like hilariously out of date. It'd be like years out of date with the actual manga release because they'd want to keep it like up to date with the fucking English release of it. Mm-hmm. So like Gekitou Ninja Tyson, like I don't think 3 or 4 even came out in English.
No, they didn't. That's what I said. Like, Clash of Ninja was 1 and 2, and I didn't even know. Like I remember when I was like when people like I learned through this channel when I brought up Gekitou Ninja Tyson. People are like, Willie, what are you talking about? And then that whole fight over calling it Clash of Ninja happened. They were like, Willie, you stupid hipster, why would you call it the English thing? And I had to explain that it's because I literally didn't know what it was because like when it came over here as that, it was so much later.
It came out super late, too.
It was so much later, and I wasn't paying attention to any of that because I had been following my own shit online, and the adults, our Toonami era of translation things was so far down the line that I like, oh, yeah, I guess they eventually translated it. That's cool. But it was just, I was in a different world at that point,
So, like,
I remember that,
right? Think about it this way. Okay, so like what they should have done is release them at the same time as the Japanese ones so that they'd be viable when the show caught up, right? And then I started to think, what if the wrestling games did that too? What if they went to wrestlers and said, "What's your new gimmick going to be in 6 months?" And then they put that gimmick in. And then that gimmick didn't happen, and you'd have wrestling games that had tons of what if gimmicks that got shot down after one night.
So the game puts the Fiend in before Bray becomes the Fiend.
Yeah, but like they put in like the Bad Man, like the version of the Fiend that he thought up before he came up with the Fiend.
As long
it's like a weird alternate what if.
Well, as the day one patch would correct it back into the Fiend, but maybe if you stayed offline, maybe you could see all the material and costume work for the prototype characters.
I always felt really strongly about
Speaking
the wrestling
of prototypes,
game delay stuff.
Shout outs to the Shogun of the Row.
Like I always thought it was messed up how like a wrestling game would come out and it would be crazy out of date. Like
but then you'd go customize it yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like it was way worse when you couldn't change the music yourself. But I remember like the one that got me was like when Godfather came out in was it Attitude? But at the time he was part of like Right to Censor. And I'm like, what? Why is Godfather still? What the fuck? That's stupid.
I mean, shout outs to the era of like showing off your cause where you updated the roster to look more current with the events happening now. People would do that because you could, Yeah, and the other thing too is I'm getting a memory of like there were arcs that were not fully animated yet. when the Ninja Tyson games were dropping, and like they put Itachi playable, for example, in like this. It might have been the third game, I believe, because I think first game was like the basic 9 characters plus Rock Lee. Second one was all the Chunin exam characters, and then I think the third one brings in some of the adults, right? And so
Third one had the Sound Village and shit.
And it brought in Jiraiya and Orochimaru and stuff. Yeah. So you get Itachi, right, for the first time in a game playable before we even really know what this character can do and what his moves are and what's going to happen. And I remember being like, oh my God, like, is the game going to spoil Itachi's deal, you know, in some way? Because we literally don't know it yet. And no, they took it and they made a version of him that is just exactly what we had seen up to that point, where he just stands around with his arm sticking out of his cloak the way he does in that one piece of art, and everything is a very subtle, soft, demure movement, and he has lots of fakes and teleporting clones sticking their ass out over around the place. And when he does land a super, he just puts you on the cross and he does the knife stab thing. So like they made a whole move list out of like the 2 appearances he had,
out of like 3 pages,
like maybe 4, you know. He turns and he looks back at young Sasuke in those flashbacks. He grabs him and he shoves him on the wall. He does the knife stab to crucified Kakashi, and that's about it. And I think maybe like Kisame gets dynamic entry in the face for like a second, and he does the ring thing. But it's like that he had no moves, and they found a way to build the whole character out of that. And I was like disappointed because they didn't show anything new, but also I'm like, but what are they gonna do? Invent it, right? So whatever, they did it accurate. Good on them. They found a way, and in the end, it was fine. Meanwhile, their ultimate hero has Lee opening up 9 gates.
Yeah,
and you're like, what?
They don't care. They don't care.
They have like fake crazy shit. Like Inner Sakura is coming out and becoming a stand that creates like an Inner Sakura realm that people get sucked
like
into.
Total creative freedom plus on that.
They went fucking ham and no one stopped them. No one stopped them.
Weird.
They invented what Lee opening extra gates would look like. They you see a bunch of sigils appear in the sky. They go, you know, I'm like, what? They were the first ones to show. I remember they brought Minato in, and they had the fucking moves with him where he's not talking because he has no dialogue at any point, but like he has all the poses he does, and then they improvise a move set for him and his special kunai there. And then they also improvised a bunch of shit for the first and the second as well with the tree growth, and so, you know, and I mean they're Cyber Connect, so those moves were really hype, but like,
oh yeah,
on the one hand you have one group of people trying to be as accurate as possible, and then these motherfuckers just not giving a shit, and like both were allowed, you know, they somehow approved it.
I don't know, there's value in that. There's value in having a thing be like, yeah, do whatever. Because if it's really great, the person of the original work can just like steal it. Just be like, oh yeah, no, I totally planned that. I told them for real. Shh. Right? And on the other hand, you could be grim and be like, don't worry, everybody. No, I would never. It would never be like that. Oh.
I'm trying to remember, but I feel like they created like intermittent steps too for like a number, like if Naruto had like a number of tales out that weren't really developed into a style, like they found a way to make it a thing. Like there was a bunch of wild shit that just never was canon, but they, you know, improvised. Yeah, I suppose there's a space for it. But either way, that was a fun time.
I would love if no, wait, maybe I wouldn't. Because I was about to say, I would love if like more people who got the rights to shit just got told do whatever. But then I'm like, thinking about how badly ArcSys wanted to make Nanako a playable fighter in fucking
Yeah.
Persona 4 Arena.
That ends up being the fucking example. Nanako and Dojima as a tag team
Yeah.
fighting
Oh, that would have
together.
been so stupid. They became Ken and fucking Koromaru.
So Koromaru would have been little feral Nanako.
Yeah, she'd bite you.
Running around on all fours going, ah!
I'm changing it back. Yeah, that would have been great.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Looks like a bumper crop. I think it was a good time. You can go check that out when it drops soon. And that's pretty much my week. I mean, not much else to it really. But if you would like to tune in for more 13 Sentinels, which is drawing near its epic conclusion, and I say that in the true meaning of the word epic, by the way, and or tune into Reggie versus Demon Souls and Yakuza 0, which does resume this week. We had to take a pause, but we will continue. Then yeah, please check out Wooly Versus on YouTube and Wooly Versus on Twitch.
And that would remark a great time for me to get up and go to the bathroom and take a break.
Hey, I hit
So
the
let's
part
do that.
I hit the part in Yakuza 0 where the game was like versus Chinese men.
Oh, you got it? Yeah.
What's up with that?
Overt racist gameplay.
What's up with that? Why do I have to be versus Chinese men? What's the problem here?
Because you're a Japanese hero. And you're going to get him. You're going to get him.
Anyway. Reading those subtitles is quite interesting because, again,
I bet.
Those characters are not voice acted, but the subtitles say what they say in the tense they want to be said in.
So read it.
They put it on you, the viewer.
It's read your accents. Do it.
So imagine if you would, you're playing a game and there's no voice acting, but the subtitle box says, "Oh Lord Massa, what's we gons do?" And you're like
you have to read it. You have to read it for the people. You gotta do it. And then you gotta shoot him.
All right, let's take a break. Hey, let's take a quick word from our sponsors. Yes.
Oh no, my fatty pig dog ran away.
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by yes, honey. So, folks, hey, what's up? Listen, it's real simple. We buy things online. We're inside. Lots of online buying. Lots of big purchasing being happening. I know I bought some stuff. I expect things to come in the mail. Something came just today, even in the mail. So there's lots of filling out the usual cart. And as always, in that cart, before you check out, there is a little promo code section where you can put in gibberish, but nothing happens. However, if you have access to the right words and the right codes, you can save money. Honey is here to give you those codes. It's real simple. When you're shopping online, they search for the codes that save you money and they apply them to your cart.
I need more money. Honey will help me acquire money by not spending money. Just like George Jefferson said after defeating the French in the American Civil War, a penny that you don't spend online is a penny you can buy dog treats with.
Yes, George Jefferson.
That's how that happened.
Indeed. So, anyway, honey's great, and it's real simple. All you gotta do is, you install honey, and it's free. 2 easy clicks, and then when you're checking out from over 30,000 supported sites, it pops up. You click the button that says apply coupons, and then it'll find the best working codes and save you money on whatever you are buying. This has been done many times. In fact, it has saved over $2 billion for 17 million members. That's a lot. So it supports all kind of retailers, tech and gaming sites, fashion brands, even food delivery. It's all there. So what can we say? Folks, it's real simple. If you have a computer, Honey should be on it. Free, and it works with whatever browser you use. You can get Honey
That's right.
free. Get Honey free today at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. So they know we sent you. Thanks, Honey, for supporting today's episode.
Thank you, Honey.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by Away. These are the folks that make the amazing suitcases. I can tell you because I absolutely stand by and still rock mine to this day. I have 2 of them. They're wonderful, and I have those charge batteries for my phone that I regularly use, and they're incredible. Obviously, traveling ain't what it used to be. In fact, it's
not.
It's practically non-existent considering the nature of things. However, I can tell you that earlier this year when I went with Punch Mom and we did our little cabin quarantining, I did grab my Away suitcase and pack everything into it, and it did a great job storing my console, my sticks, my clothes, all that shit, and a little laundry bag for my dirty clothes and underwear and socks, separate compartments, space-saving ability, wheels that turn and work and are reliable, that don't bust off like your old cheap suitcases. And I keep pimping it out because it's that good. The portable charge battery for your phone /USB that can charge my headphones, whatever you need with you, right there on the outside of the suitcase. It's incredible. So
listen, if you're in your house, you turn on the news, and you see the news, whatever it happens to be, it's all great lately, and you go, man, stuff that, and you want to just drive somewhere and then stop the car on the side of the road and just walk straight into the woods until you don't think any human being could ever find you, you would probably do well to have a decent piece of luggage to put some supplies in.
I concur. All of Await's suitcases are designed to last a lifetime. A lifetime.
They'll never find you if you don't want it.
Durable exteriors that withstand the roughest of baggage handlers or nature. And yes, suit organization, interior organization system, built-in compression, pack more in, hidden removable laundry bag, 360 spinner wheels, TSA approved combination lock, keeps your belongings safe, not only from the TSA, but from deer.
Yeah, deer are horrible.
Worse than the TSA sometimes.
Let me set the stage for y'all. It's 2038. Hikers traveling through the wilderness find your skeleton being gnawed on by horrible deer. But what's that? Your away suitcase is immaculate despite the elements?
Incredible.
That's crazy. Now, one of those backpackers can themselves use your perfectly kept supplies and clothes to survive whatever's going on in 2038. I'm sure it'll be lit.
That's like finding a storied hero's soul right on your body. It is the highest value item you can pick up. Do you want to be found with garbage, or you want to be found with something amazing? Right?
This guy died with a bunch of nice stuff. It clearly wasn't the nice stuff that got him. Must have been these deer eating him. That's probably what got him. Deer-like bones.
There's a 100-day trial.
If you're only able to hide your bones inside your away suitcase, the deer wouldn't be able to get you.
Don't take our word for it. Try it yourself. 100 days is all you need. More than you need to find out whether or not away is right for you. It's just that simple. If you don't like it, no questions. Just a full refund. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So start your 100-day trial and shop the entire Away lineup of travel essentials, including their best-selling suitcases at awaytravel.com/beast. That's awaytravel.com/beast. Thanks, Away.
Thanks, Away.
My skeleton is happy.
Oh,
What,
man.
do you think you think a corpse next to the product is not good advertising for it? I disagree.
No, I desperately want, like, to see a billboard that has, like, you giving a thumbs up in front of an away suitcase that's just got the text, "Tired of deer chewing your skeleton?
Yeah, well,
Get away."
it's for somebody.
Yeah.
So, couple of things. Oh, Jesus. Coffee spill?
Saved it.
Dangerous.
I'm getting up. I'm putting this shit away. Excuse me.
You put that shit away. You put that shit away. Jesus. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, I was going to say that unexpected, apropos of nothing, in the middle of a little general-ass promo, they showed off, like, 1 whole second of Space Jam. Did you see this shit?
I did not see this 1 whole second of Space Jam.
So Space Jam, there's about 2 seconds of it in this Warner Brothers trailer that's just advertising their, like, streaming service or whatever. It's what's the video called? It's called Same Day Premieres. And you can see basically you see 2 shots. You see one shot of LeBron with Bugs Bunny behind him, and then in another shot you can see someone advancing into a god ray of light, and when you look at the characters surrounding the ray of light, you can see the Animaniacs on one side and Space Ghost on another.
All right.
So
okay,
Space Ghost and the Animaniacs and Tweety Bird confirmed for Space Jam 2.
I only have one question. Will they let Bugs say fuck?
No.
Because Bugs Bunny totally says fuck.
But LeBron will say fuck.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, I hope they do it emulating that meme shot of him turning backwards to talk shit with his mouth open. Big dog style. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of it, but expect the cameos to be through the roof because fucking Space Ghost is there. And also one of those dinosaurs from the Flintstones.
Yeah.
So shit's about to get wild. This
Dino nailed it.
Not Dino. Not Dino. Someone with a much longer neck than Dino.
Name this dinosaur.
It is not named. It is a purple dinosaur that carries rocks on its head.
Okay. Are we ever gonna get the cast of the dinosaurs?
Oh no, they
movie?
died. They died horribly.
Yeah, they're fucking horribly dead. Oh
not
man.
the mama. No.
Oh, they froze to death. That's horrible.
Canonically, super duper dead. Well, anyway,
it's hilarious how dead they are.
Expect that this is probably gonna be a bit of a Wreck-It Ralph situation, with just wild cameos in every single shot. Then, if they're bringing back Space Jam, that's probably how
that's
you
what
do
I
it.
want.
Yeah.
I'm not a basketball man. I don't know if you guys could tell, but I'm not a basketball or sports man. And I know LeBron James is like a pretty big deal. I don't think he's Michael Jordan big deal.
Fucking piping hot takes. Here we go. Pat weighs in on the LeBron versus Jordan controversy. Do tell. Go on. Let's hear what he has to say, as if this war has not raged for the last 10 years. Break it down. What do you got for us?
All right, I have a really easy way to sum this up. When I was growing up and Michael Jordan was the hottest basketball player, even though I didn't give a shit about basketball, I could not escape him. He was literally everywhere. Now, LeBron James is a pretty popular basketball player, and I could easily escape him. That's it. That's my whole train of thought on this.
Okay, well, allow me to inform you that, like, you just casually waltzed in and made a statement that people have been killing each other over for 2 decades now. And it's the biggest, craziest, nonstop, endless discussion that, like, the people involved themselves are so sick of having the conversation go in places.
Well, there's no conversation. Jordan was way bigger in his time than LeBron is now.
Well, yes, there's of course the nature of but you see the discussion then evolves into, okay, but what about the expansion?
No, it doesn't. That's the end of it.
But I'm telling you what exists. I'm not telling you what.
Yeah, and I'm telling them that those people are stupid, and if they're gonna get killed over it, then I guess they can just die wrong.
Anyway, so then you get the of course there was the layers of the conversation that evolve into, okay, but the game has evolved, and the game is now a much more complex one where if Jordan in his prime were still on the court now, he would be facing much stiffer competition that has been groomed off of not only his tapes, but everyone else that has been great in that time. And so you're looking at a future version of things.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Who cares? That's not happening now.
So you get this whole...
I can't stand that. I fucking
right. So the
can't
greats of different
stand that.
eras.
And Muhammad Ali would have been able to. Oh, he'd have to
Mike Tyson. Well, what
new
about Jack
guys.
Johnson
He'd be the
though?
greatest.
Right?
Yeah, guess what?
Yeah.
When Muhammad Ali was boxing, he was undoubtedly the greatest without any competition at all. So he was bigger then than the new guy is now. Like, it's so.
But that whole discussion is like, yes, in the end it ends up being completely dumb and pointless and is not worth having. But I'm so fucking like, man, I'm telling you, dude, like it's been raging mindlessly and stupidly for 20 years now.
Like it's so fucking stupid. Hell, man, you know, Kubrick's fucking Hitchcock's not that great, man. You compare him to Kubrick's work. Kubrick's movies are way better. But do you know what movies used to look like before Hitchcock made movies?
And
shut up.
So that's the other thing too is you're having a different discussion too as well, where you're effectively just bringing up like the athletic phenomenon that is like Michael Jordan in the world, and then the LeBron effect that the effect LeBron has on the world, where it's like based on the world being a different place at the time and the limits of the building being much smaller. And whatever the case was, Michael Jordan took up way more space in the, you know, whatever sphere than LeBron does, despite like without even getting into the competition of the player versus the player discussion. But
yeah,
this conversation is fruitless and pointless, and it's stupid to have. it's a trap.
It's like you could even do it. You could do it like fucking what do you call it? Objectively too. You could like what was the most popular year of such and such's career, and literally just search for how many newspaper articles about that person were had their name in the title for that year. Like with Michael Jordan, like every single fucking thing Michael Jordan did, even his horrible failures were newsworthy. That guy got to fucking play baseball and golf and fail out of both and still be a huge sports star.
Fame wise, the discussion of just like the impact culturally, not getting into what they would do on the court or what would be the actual, you know, competition of the players, just in terms of fame wise. Yeah, absolutely. There's just no comparing it. Michael Jordan, if you were alive during the era of the Bulls, it was the planet. It was everything and everyone everywhere. It was nonstop, all encompassing, at least from the perspective of someone growing up in, you know, North America and the Caribbean. I can't speak for being on another side of the planet, you know. But yeah, there's just all sides of it where, you know, people do that, and then people also bring Kobe into the discussion, and then this goes into this whole thing. Like it's just this massive, like, endless debate along the same as like, what's your top 5 in hip hop, you know, along the line. Like there's all these, you know, who's the GOAT of every, like,
it's all
genre.
I have always
sport,
found that everyone
every
having those arguments ever is always stupid. Like, I feel like there's like a general consensus that is like extraordinarily obvious to even the most casual viewer, and then there's the people who really like somebody and are just gonna take every possible fucking step to convince you that no, actually they were actually the best, or that album was actually the best, or this band was the most popular, or fucking whatever.
Yeah, and then you end up going down this nonsense road with some asshole on Twitter putting out a thought that's like, oh man, the Paul brothers would destroy Floyd Mayweather. And you're just like, yes, child, I'm sure they would. You know, like it leads to this thing where it's like, because you were not alive then, you have no possible context for what this might be, but this new thing represents your world, so your perspective on it is highly limited, and this is the world we live in. But it ends up being a pointless discussion, and the people involved most of the time will tell you it's pointless because there's, again, LeBron on the record going, yeah, I based I looked at the greats, I looked at Jordan coming up, and I obviously based my game on the things that he taught us, and then I went my own way with it. And this discussion is it's just a tired thing to have, And he effectively does the same thing that people do, where you go, yeah, I stood on the shoulders of giants, and that's why I can see further, Like you look at it like time is linear. You're coming down a pathway that, like, you can play based on the foreknowledge of the people who pushed the limits before you. So because they push those limits, you know where they are. You can do things that they didn't have access to, and then you have to get into hypothetical alternate realities if they did. What would you have done if the limits were further back and you were handed a different circumstance at the time?
I remember my dad arguing with a friend of his. They were just hanging out watching baseball, and they were arguing about whether, like, the fucking 78 Astros could beat the fucking like the fucking Red Sox in like 94. And it was the most pointless fucking, like, it sounded like my dad was arguing about Death Battle.
No, what it is it's Sosa versus McGuire trying to home run each other, like, and the world watches, screaming at every single one that gets batted out of the park, and in the end, they're all cheating. They're all cheating. They're all jacked up on huge drugs.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. I forget who I was talking to, but they were talking to me about sports, and I was just like, man, I don't care. Wrestling's more honest than sports. Because at least they'll tell you it's rigged.
Man, I need to go watch it, but Punch Mom watched. There's a documentary that showed up that was on Netflix a short while ago called Icarus, where it just kind of breaks down how Russia just cheated on every single sport in the Olympics forever, for years now, and just, like, kept it going.
Oh, yeah, they got kicked out recently.
Yeah,
they got
where, like, exactly,
Olympics.
you can't enter under the Russian name, under the flag, if you're a Russian athlete, unless you cleared as a non-cheater, in which case you could enter under the Olympic banner itself, but you can't enter under the Russian flag, and there's just a point where one of the guys involved with, like, just, like, finding ways to, like, hide all the roids and drugs they're giving everybody, because they're just giving everybody everything. Like, oh, what are you doing? Fucking the ski shooting thing? Yeah, let's just take some just in case. You can roid up your ski shoots a little bit. And they're like, is there anyone you didn't give it to? And they're like, yeah, the gymnasts, because they got a little, it didn't help them. They got a little too big and hefty, and it didn't help them move better. In the end, it was a hindrance. They needed to stay light.
Yeah,
so,
the way that you want to cheat with the gymnasts is you want to falsify their ages.
Yes.
So that you can get gymnasts in that you're like, this gymnast totally 18 years old, and everyone's like, that's a fucking 12-year-old. You ain't fooling fucking nobody here.
Yeah. So I need to go watch it, but, like, there's a whole thing about that, and just the wild level of cheating. And then apparently there's also a discussion about, like, what happened in bicycle fucking marathon races, where, like, so Lance Armstrong, greatest ever, yes, but cheated all the time, totally, but still greatest ever even without it, yes. Okay, and shit, the second place guy was also cheating, so was third. Damn it. What is the first position ranking that did not cheat? 14th place? I guess the guy in 14th place is now gold.
You're the winner. At this point, you go, why do we even have the stupid Olympics anymore?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And don't worry, guys. Esports is totally clean, except for all the performance-enhancing drugs everyone takes all the time.
Yeah. So there was that, and also I believe the guy who directed it, he made a new movie that's about the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, and Netflix is not airing that shit, so you got to track it down elsewhere. So hey, check that out, I suppose. Right?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's the Saudi Arabia murder.
Okay, yeah, I do know what that is.
The guy who was killed in the consulate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool, wonderful.
Nice behind the scenes of everything breaking that down. So, yes, subject matter of both of those stories is relevant. What was... Yes, there we go. Okay. So, pretty normal news week. We had a couple of announcements, a couple of things.
There's a couple.
Yeah. Do you want to
hit
one
big news that I want to talk about?
You want to hit the breaking news?
Oh no, not the breaking. I just want to fucking tell everybody how the CEO of Cyberpunk's a fucking stupid asshole.
Okay, well, we can talk about that again. We're hitting that week where, you know how when a game sticks around, you know, a game with problems has like a series of months of problems. I'm so tired of talking about it. I'm really tired of talking about Cyberpunk. In this particular instance, they came out, they gave the roadmap. The guys spoke about the problems with it, and threw QA under the bus a little bit there. The line was essentially implying that our testing team did not show a big part of the issues you experienced while playing the game, which is fucking horseshit. Because
it's the biggest lie ever.
There's zero chance that they didn't flag those issues. Zero. Wait, I can't, unless they did not do testing at all, right? The only way this statement to me rings true is if they did not hire a team and just had people that were doing other tasks also do testing when they had spare time. Because believe it or not, that's a thing that happens on games. Is sometimes they'll want to save cut corners here and there, and you'll just be like, don't hire a team for this when we need one. Just you yourself, the dev, can do your own QA on it when you get some free time. And if that's what they did, then sure, it might not have turned out results. But
I disagree massively with even that, because that would work for certain situations.
But it's a lie either way.
Yeah, like the game crashes. Apparently, it crashes every 2 hours on PS4, like 100% of the time.
Yeah, it's
shut up! You didn't notice.
It's like if you did not hire a team, but then that's not what you're saying. You're saying it didn't show in our tests or whatever. So yeah, throwing QA under the bus, not fucking cool. Especially in the same sentence in the same statement when they say not
don't
to
blame anybody specific.
You know, so whatever.
Except these guys.
And then the only other thing of note in that statement was, we're going to do this roadmap, we're going to make the game better, and we're going to not crunch anybody in the process.
And it's like, no one believes that.
No one believes it.
But I will say, like, it's the same corporate apology every single time. And more importantly than anything that is ever said in these things is the timing. So it's like, did this thing come out like 2 days after the game released and it was like blowing up? Nah. Did it release when they were getting delisted from Sony? Nah. It got released the week after they got sued by their investors, and 2 days after the Polish government threatened them with regulatory action if they didn't patch the game fast enough. Oh, that's who this apology is for.
Immediately after shit got real. Yeah. And also noteworthy with that was the so I think, where did it come from? I saw a quote. Right, it was Schreier. What went wrong with Cyberpunk 2077? Interviews with more than 20 current and former CDProjekt staff. Paint a complex picture, unchecked ambition, technical woes, unrealistic deadlines, and above all, one belief. Quote, we made Witcher 3, it'll work out. That sounds very believable.
Yeah, so this is where I get to point a direct finger at somebody named Adam Bukowski.
Who came out and said the thing about the 200 employees there, or the 500?
Yeah,
employees?
it's the lead. He's the lead on the team. Which, as far as I'm concerned, he's the captain of the ship, which means everything that goes wrong is on him. Came out and made this series of bitchy little statements that were like kind of like almost whataboutism of like, well, you talk to 20 people and they're all anonymous, so like we have like 200 people here. That's like, I mean, come on, that's stupid. And I think it was Jim that pointed out in his recent video, this is the exact same thing that BioWare did when Anthem happened.
BioWare magic.
Where not just that, because there's that. It's like, oh, don't worry, it'll be great. We'll pull it through. It was we'll contact the company for comment with the whole article, and they'll decline comment. But then when we post the article, they will be snide and bitchy about it and kind of play the victim. It's like, if you had a comment, make your fucking comment. If you don't have a comment, shut the fuck up. Like this try and pick and choose shit where like your statement where you cry about it like is ready like 30 seconds after the thing goes live, so it shows that you totally had a comment ready. But it would hold up to shit ass scrutiny if it was anywhere other than like a stupid social media platform like Twitter. Like, oh my god, management of that company sucks so much fucking ass.
Yep. So that's the fucking clock reset of the week.
Josh Sawyer actually came out and he wasn't talking about Cyberpunk specifically. He was talking more in general about like fucked up game development. Josh Sawyer's the guy over Obsidian, and he talked about like the what Crunch's hidden cost is talent drain, because people will stick it out to the end and ship a great game and then fucking leave.
Mm-hmm.
And then on your next one, that happens again and again and again. And then you get to like game 3 or 4, where people are like, oh, the magic will happen. And it's like, the magic was all the people you drove away. And that happened to BioWare. That happened to CDProjekt. That happened to every single time you see this. It's like, why would you stick around for this shit?
Yeah.
Go look at the CEO's fucking face right now in that video, and go look what he looked like before Witcher 3's development started.
Oh, the before and after dev photos of franchises are wonderful. They're great. Yakuza, what was the other franchise? What was the other? There was another game where like
Witcher. It was like it's the CEO
his hair
guy.
is all cracked out.
Oh yeah, dude, he aged like 25 years in
Right.
like 5 or 6.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Speaking of people aging as they develop their video games,
it's true. That does happen.
Established in 2021, Oatmeal Games.
Oatmeal Games, but where are the raisins?
Tomonobu Itagaki establishes Itagaki Games. After all this time. Wild. Didn't see that coming.
This feels like an elaborate plan so that Itagaki can work in an office that has women in it that are directly subservient to him in a professional context.
This is the first, second, and third thing that I thought upon the announcement. We'll wait to find out if this is in fact the case. If they announce that their structure will be mirroring that of, I don't know, let's say Clamp, for example, except Clamp, but Itagaki's on top, then yes, large, huge cause for concern. For
So
those
for
of you who
context,
don't know, uh, Tomonobu Itagaki is, in fact, the former director of the Dead or Alive franchise, infamous for his wild, crazy interviews, including one time when he was swinging a samurai sword around in one hand and a bottle of tequila in the other. And, of course, later on, for huge, big creeping on his employees, to which they were made massively uncomfortable, and legal things were charges were pressed, or
now
whatever the
to
case
be
is.
fair, he was judged innocent of sexual harassment in 2007 by a Tokyo court. However, the idea of people inside a Japanese company like actually throwing their employer under the bus for this shit is so outrageous and crazy that I cannot possibly think it was made up.
Yeah, well, I think what happened
Like
is
the amount of
everyone went.
shit people get away with.
Well, I think the story came out and everyone went, "Wait, who is this guy? What games did he make? Dead or alive? Oh, he's fucking guilty." You know, and it kind of just didn't. The resume didn't quite help in that circumstance. Also infamous for the legendary interview where they asked him what his most hated games were, upon which he replied Tekken 1, Tekken 2, Tekken 3, Tekken 4, and Tekken 5
An
are the worst
honorable
games ever
mention
made.
was Tekken 6, I think.
So there you go. Itagaki loves Tag Tournament.
I wish all the best to everybody who works there.
According to Itagaki, in this interview he did with Bloomberg, he says, for the past 4 years, I've been teaching to foster juniors, but now I feel like I want to make games again. I'm sorry, did you have a problem with the terminology?
Oh, man. That's fun. Come on, man.
Do you have a problem with the wording here? What's the problem?
It's fine.
Listen, the man made a statement, and he said, for the past 4 years, I've been teaching to foster juniors, but now I feel like I want to make a game again and just established a company for that purpose.
The name of the new company is Itagaki Games, which, nah, man. Nah.
You sure?
Kojima gets to do it. Not you.
I mean, clearly, he thinks that that's the move and that it's fine. And, you know, he's the dude wears his sunglasses and he has the character and he's doing Harada without Harada. Oh my God, Harada with the sunglasses as well. That's funny. Think about that relationship right there.
Well, if you it help, like sunglasses are like a fucking built-in cool look for almost any person's head.
But like he's doing the Rockstar gimmick, like fully, truly, actually believing it. Harada tells the story about when that came about was because he needed to be more of a character to rival Ono in the Cross Tekken days. So for him to be the villain, he started wearing shades instead of glasses, you know?
And look where they are now.
Yeah.
Harada still got his sunglasses, and who the fuck is Yoshinori Ono? I don't remember. I genuinely don't know.
And then you got I mean, I feel like Suda acts kind of like a character a little bit too, but he's, you know, at the end of the day, he sits down, he makes a game. It is what it is. Yoko Taro is a treasure. All of this continues to be a whole lot of fun, and there is something worthwhile about developers kind of, you know, going down this road of like taking on the spotlight and embracing it in a way. But Itagaki, again, on and off the record, in front of and behind the camera, unfortunately, never stopped being that character. And yes, it at some point wound up in court, as we said. But was there? I don't know what the extent of the other. There was more than one case. So if that happened, then that happened. But I don't know.
Listen, all I'm saying is that the instant I heard about it, I believed it without any evidence at all. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Well, I don't even know what to say.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
I can't think of anybody in the games industry that was giving off such intense sex criminal vibes. Like in every single aspect of their work, personality,
it was really,
the way they comported themselves.
The energy was there. The light under the door was very bright the whole time. Yeah. Yep. It tracks. It certainly does.
And luckily now, like, all you need to know whether or not somebody's a sex criminal is see how high they made it in the Ubisoft corporate ladder. You go, oh, hey.
Did you make it high enough to
work on the new Star Wars game?
On the new Star Wars game? Maybe. Because, hey, Ubisoft and Massive Entertainment announced a new open world Star Wars game. The first non-EA major game in 8 years.
Are you a big enough sex criminal to get to work on the new Star Wars game? I don't know.
Segways, folks.
That's it. High five.
So yeah, the people behind The Division, Massive Entertainment, have entered into a partnership with Lucasfilm to make an open world Star Wars game, and yeah, this is the first non-EA thing. I suppose shows that their licensing is no longer fully exclusive.
EA horribly botched that deal. Like, horribly botched it. Like, they didn't put out that many games, and then, like, a couple of those games were fucking disasters.
Yeah, but, like, on the other hand, what's the other option? Fucking Lord of the Rings? You know what I mean? A game every year for no reason? Like...
No, it's like, give it to anybody who wants it that you trust with it. Like LucasArts used to do.
Well, yeah, but no, you take it so that no one else can do that because you want to hold on to it because there's cash in holding on to it, though. Denial is a revenue, a form of revenue, you know? Like, ever since like, when you hear about how, like, giant social media companies that are, like, literally, like, they're not making any money, but the denial of any competitor arising is worth it for them to take the cost.
Yeah, because eventually they'll make money and they'll be the only ones making money.
So no one gets to make Star Wars while we hold this.
I don't know. I'm of the opinion in nearly all things that all boats rise with the tide. I think that zero-sum games, all for me, none for you, is often short-sighted.
Yeah, but that's the game that EA and Activision have been playing for years. A very different version of the industry from, you know, what you're describing. But Fallen Order came and went, and you know, that did well enough. I think we're probably, depending on how this does, they might just go back to the way they used to and just be like, yeah, okay, pick and choose and approve based on the project as opposed to handing the whole thing off, right? But you also have to look at it and remember, too, that, like, what is the state of Star Wars in terms of the way Disney treats it? And it's like, everything's a loss. We got to make all that money back. Everything on Star Wars is about catching up to what we bought for it, you know?
Yeah, it seems like everything they don't directly make is a success. So, why not?
It's all about staying in the blind side of the beast. Don't get its attention. Stay under the butt, side strafe, circle strafe, and don't let it notice
I recently learned why 1313 got killed, and it's the most depressing thing imaginable.
Oh, God, don't remind me. Man,
Do you know why it got killed?
I remember the initial, and then I remember the story about it getting killed, and then I remember a story came out about the truth about it, but I forgot what it was.
So the deal was it was going to be a completely original Star Wars
Yep.
game where you played as some
Yep.
guy, and
Probably
then
Boba
like
Fett
fucking
undercover.
like a month, no, like a month before their E3 thing, George comes in and goes, you guys have to make it about Boba Fett now. It's going to be a Boba Fett game." And they're like, "Fucking fuck."
Oh, was that? Yeah. Okay. So wait, it wasn't going to be that.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then
that's because I
George was
remember
like,
there
"Yeah,
being
you
some
should
sort of
make it a Boba Fett game. You're
right.
making it a
Okay.
Boba Fett game now." And they were like, "Jesus shit. Okay, slap together this fucking demo out of nothing and we'll fucking work on it." And then they had to change a bunch of shit to make it Boba Fett, which means they
Ah.
started to miss milestones.
Ah. Okay. Are you sure? Is this confirmed? Is this accurate? Because I don't remember
I'm
things
pretty
going that
sure.
way. I remember the game being a nod to Boba Fett already because 1313 is a direct nod to him based on that number being used elsewhere in Star Wars reference to Boba Fett. So the title of the game already implied some sort of connection that was not 100% confirmed at the time.
I'll fact check this right now. It's fine. Coruscant development decided to pre-production by the time. All right. By that, Lucas staff decided to reveal the game at E3 2012 during the pre-production. By that time, they had several drafts of the story done and the levels mapped out, and hired Wilson Bevel to play the protagonist. Then 2 months before the convention, George Lucas mandated that the game star young Boba Fett. Then followed a hiring freeze. Lucas sold the company to Disney. Staff worked on it. Limbo. Then got canceled. Yeah, so George Lucas literally walked in and killed it. Literally just walked into a room and just demanded, like he was like a one-man publisher.
Yeah. I wish I could
That
find
sucks.
what was written about this back in the day, but I remember they're saying that like level 1313 of Coruscant was like something about that linked to him and in some way that was being implied, but it wasn't hard confirmed. But if he walked in and just went, "They're friends," and then that's what
They're
happened,
friends.
then that's a bummer. That sucks.
They're friends. It's a Boba Fett. George, we already have like the whole story done, and we're gray boxing levels. It's a Boba Fett. I fucking hate George Lucas. All right, what else we got on the news?
Sorry, I'm just there's something I know I'm forgetting that is relating to all of this that is crucial. But what are we gonna do?
Well,
Fact
don't worry.
check?
You tell me the new news story, then I'll start talking. Don't listen to me, and then try and remember it there.
No, I can just wait, and then someone can come out and correct some sort of detail that you
All
mentioned,
right.
and then
Because I'll make sure to say I'll make sure to be really uninteresting, and you can
Okay.
just
I'll make sure. No, I'll put my caveat down right now and say there's something else to this story, but I don't remember what. Anyway, so we've got that game announced, or at the very least, not announced game, but announced project. Something that's interesting, sparking a discussion, is Samurai Shodown is launching on the XX in March, right? And it's coming. It's coming with a bunch of stuff, including all the characters, the full package, the full DLC, all that shit. But what's interesting here is it's also shipping with a 120 FPS mode. And this is a first. High spec mode will allow the game to run at 120 frames per second. This is very noteworthy because fighting games don't do that. And
6 feet away.
That changes a lot of how a game feels. If a game is running with a higher frame rate, then in theory, input lag should be reduced, and it might be more responsive feeling overall. But it changes, like, literally frame data of the game. It changes lots of aspects of, like, how things feel, the timing of how you play. It's gonna be really weird and interesting to see what this does. I don't know what effect it'll have on netcode. I don't think we can know until we're looking at it, but the Sam Show netcode was always dog shit to begin with. So, they're not putting in rollbacks. They haven't announced that, so it is what it is, like, whatever. But regardless of that part of it, there's now a bit of a discussion happening as a result of this, where it's like, hold on, so is this something that we can expect to start happening more and more often? And what does it mean, right? Because it affects the game in a way where if someone's playing a non-120 FPS version of the game, they're getting a very different experience on their hands that you're learning, at least on a, like, somewhat competitive level. And not everyone has TVs that can support that right now, or things that can output it. So then the discussion kind of comes to be like, well, other games that are about this tech get people, like companies like Nvidia and ATI, interested, because now they can directly market to those fan bases to sell video cards. And we're now wondering whether or not fighting games are going to have a, like, video card push phase if there's enough games pushing for 120 FPS. And also, how exclusionary is it going to be if a lot of people that don't have a setup will not be able to participate in a game that's running in high frame rate mode?
I think the funniest part about this whole conversation, in the back of the head, the whole time you're talking, I'm thinking, Sam Show, huh? Does that mean if you kick up the game speed to 120 FPS, you get to see awesome 32 frame delay counter in the upper right corner of the screen?
I don't know.
Trash ass netcode.
I don't know what this means for netcode, dude. I have no idea.
Well, double the frame rate, same delays, just double, minus 34 frames. Fuck it.
Not ATI, AMD. Thank you. Fucking ATI rage. I'm going back to the old days. Yeah. Anyway, the idea is it's interesting because it'll obviously make, like, games will look better. But this problem of, like, when a game is on the bleeding edge of what tech can do, but, like, it leaves some players behind, where do we fall on, like, what is acceptable and what is not, Should we push the envelope, man. Or should you be like World of Warcraft and keep running on whatever you can?
I used to play fucking Counter-Strike and Day of Defeat in fucking 1997, and that shit was like, do you want to win? Go spend some dollars. Do you want to fucking kill? Get a better mouse, get a bigger monitor, put a fucking fat video card in there. See, because you're not going to cut it on your fucking GeForce 2.
On the one hand, keeping things keeping things open and inviting for people is always a good idea. On the other hand, like, you're always you're gonna have games and companies and people that are interested in pushing the envelope to make things look as good as possible. And two, it is inevitable. Eventually, if the tech exists, it's gonna start to become more and more regular. It's just, do they have enough, or is there enough access to that tech out in the world at the moment? You know, I think, like, there was an obviously
the important thing is if you put a shit baby mode, bad hardware level settings in there, right? It's like, my computer sucks. Can I run it 120 FPS? Yeah, if you turn it into stick figures.
but the problem again is, like, that, like, you can't really, right? Like, it's not that simple, because, like, if I'm not mistaken,
totally that simple.
if I'm not mistaken, like, doesn't 120 FPS also require, like, a monitor that is special enough to be able to
Absolutely not. To see it, yes. To use it, no.
Okay, so it'll display a scaled down version, a downscaled version of it, but it'll be running it correctly hardware wise.
Yeah. But game speed should be the same at 60 FPS, so it should have no real problem. Like, this doesn't seem to be an issue. Like, if it's for game time on 120, like, if I run at like 90 FPS on my TV, I can feel a little bit of a difference compared to 60.
Okay, so
I limit everything to 60 because I just want it to be stable. But
so then, okay, that's not as bad as I thought. Then it's a little bit less of an issue. Okay, I thought that it meant people had to get new screens.
No, you thought it was like die pores.
A little bit.
Well, what you should have worried about way more is about tournaments where they have to now get 120 hertz fucking setups.
Yeah, I mean, but look, tournaments. But dude, tournaments are used to the struggle at this point. Like, at the end of the day, you kind of need to have if you watch TOs, dude, they're fucking resilient in getting a community together, in getting funds together, and just doing it. Like, they've had
and it is for Samurai Shodown.
From generation,
so they need like 4 TVs.
From generation to generation, the issues that arise from swapping over to setups and getting shit together is, like, they've surmounted higher challenges than replacing all the TVs. I mean, getting a bunch of CRTs these days is fucking crazy, but they find ways to do it.
I'm like, I don't mean to blow you up, and I don't mean to cause a stink. I'm really torn about, like, because I don't want to get into the netcode thing again, so I'm gonna try and keep it short. I'm torn about even talking about new fighting games in the COVID world with bad netcode. Like, the games might as well functionally not even exist in a lot of cases. Like, we're talking about Sam Show's fucking like 120 hertz, and while that's pretty interesting, like, for fucking who?
Okay,
like,
well,
no, you can't go to a tournament. The game's online is trash. It's a single player training right now.
Okay, well, one, the Sam Show community does meet and play through Parsec, so that exists.
Does that do it?
They do it, and that's how people are.
What's Parsec's, like, viability on that? Like,
Parsec's viability is good. It's working. People are able to play, and they're using setups that are, like, host neutral by having a host server that both players connect to and get decent enough connection, and are basically having viable tournaments. They're running it. Shout outs to Angela Pickles and Andy OCR. They're running their weeklies. People are doing, regular meetups for that, and Marvel are getting played on Parsec on the regular basis.
That is like so impressive for Parsec.
Yeah.
And, like, so embarrassing for a company that makes their own netcode that is worse than this hacked solution.
But just to let you know before you jump down there that this exists and it works and it's active and the community is alive and using Parsec to play against each other, and Parsec is wonderful. So,
That's crazy.
everyone be aware of this, please, before misinformation spreads. But I
I've got
bring
Parsec
up,
on my computer right now.
but the second thing is I bring this up because yeah, this is on a console, so it's not going to have that accessibility. However, I mainly bring it up to talk about the 120 FPS gateway issue, but that's the main thing. Like the main reason why I included it in the docket, not was because Sam Show was getting ported, but because I was like, oh, 120 FPS fighting games. That's a discussion.
Hey, everyone's gonna call me a boomer with small eyes. I think 144 hertz shit is nice, but I think it's massively overrated. I think it's dramatically overrated. Like, people are treating it like it's the fucking second coming, and it's like, yeah, it's a little more responsive. It's nice, but it's not the fucking be all end all. Like, especially when, like, the main thing that I am constantly still fighting on everything is like, can we please get a fucking, like, I would instead of raising the ceiling, I would like to raise the floor, please, and get 60 as a default, or at least easier to hit. Like, there's games, it doesn't matter how much fucking power I throw at them, I still can't hit a fucking lock 60 because the game's optimized to garbage.
We're gonna keep that. Like, games have always like been scattershot in that way, where some things are reaching for the moon and others are barely running on a potato, and it'll continue to be that way as the tech continues to grow, right? I don't think we're ever gonna get like everything that should to run a locked 60. I just think some devs are not capable of doing that work. They're not capable of
Like,
optimizing at that level. They won't do it. It's been years
like
now.
just like, I see people just bragging about their 144 hertz setups and all this shit, and oh, this game's so incredible at it. It's like, go play fucking Age of Calamity. Like, would you rather have some games run at 144 or everything run at 60? Because holy shit. Oh my god.
What sucks is entering a generation where, like, when I use the Elgato to play something on stream, I'm getting a worse version of it. And when we're done with the stream, I gotta go plug it into a regular HDMI input because the Elgato
that's one of the reasons why I got a new AverMedia. You should get a AverMedia fucking thing. That thing's great.
Does it actually do 120? It does 120, no problem.
I don't know about. I don't remember if it does 120, but it does HDR properly,
and it passes
which is why
through.
I picked it up. Oh yeah, it passes through. It looks nice. I can't tell the difference, and I'm like an asshole about this stupid shit.
I have the HD60S. I have the external and PCI Express one, and then I have an AverMedia that I capture the channel video to, but. What's the one that actually does 120 or that does HDR?
It does not do 120.
Okay,
it's the only thing it doesn't do, but it does do 4K HDR.
That's still nice.
I find that it has less latency than the Elgato, because the Elgato still does have a little tiny bit of latency.
Okay,
it's called the AverMedia Live Gamer 4K.
Oh yeah, then
I ran into this. I ran into this issue when I got the Elgato that does HDR, and its HDR support fucking sucks ass. Like, the pass-through works well, but the actual recording had like terrible fucking tone mapping. It was awful. And so now, I've after many years of loyal Elgatoing, I'm now just like AverMedia all the way.
So yeah, that's basically the one-upped version of what I had got there. Although, wait, hold on. This is the PCIe.
Yeah, that's a PCI Express card.
Okay, all right. So then we'd have to.
You're gonna run into more limited options running at the portables.
USB. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, for now, I'm unplugging between sessions and just going back into, the.
Well, yeah, okay. Because if you're using the portable, then that unplug is a lot less of a pain in the ass than me walking over the back of that PC over there and doing that.
100%. Yeah, and the Artesian Builds PC I'm using is it has the Elgato PCIe capture in it, but I don't capture to that computer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So the setup is more based on the portables I've got. All right, I'll look at that for next time. But if it had 120 pass through and HDR, then I would
120
fucking
pass through is fucking ways away, I think.
We're not there yet, no. But if it done, then I will 100% go swap up my setup. You know, because as is, I don't want to have to get up for this shit if I can avoid it. But it's fucking worth it because, you know, those colors coming through that, you know, like when like watching Demon Souls going through the capture is still gorgeous, but like, man, does it look that much nicer when I'm just by myself playing it properly, you know?
I remember having like the portable Elgato set up on like my old TV, and I had it set up through the PS4 for like 2 years, and then like I unplugged it and put it back in for whatever reason, and was like, oh, holy shit, I should really unplug this fucking thing.
Yeah,
when I'm not using it, because holy crap.
FF7, I had like, it punched me in the face how much color I was missing and how much more beautiful the game was than I even thought, because I was playing it through my capture device, you know? Like, anyway. Yeah, give it maybe 2 years or so. We'll see where things go. I do expect, though, like with everything, and I remember when we were in QA and compliance and like actually doing tests for like the, you know, the idea of like, okay, next gen is around the corner, HD TVs are the new thing, 16:9 is the new video game resolution, 4:3 is going away, like, you know, composite cables, component cables, like all this stuff were still a part of our test on the test floor, and it was always a matter of just like one by one every year with each revision to the guidelines, it would just slowly become more and more about the cutting edge shit, you know? But you could also see what wasn't going to be the priority, because on the PlayStation guidelines, I remember there was a set of rules about 3D TVs, because 3D TVs were a slight push back in the day, and we had some guidelines and a couple of games that actually used it, including some truck game. I forget which one it was. And it was like, okay, go test out this 3D TV in the corner. We have one of them. Go fucking make sure that everything displays properly. And you're like, you can just keep track of, are these guidelines going to expand or retract? And then within a couple versions, they started getting smaller, and it was just eventually a non-thing, because it's like, oh, false alarm. We thought the tech was going in this direction, but it didn't actually go this way, you know?
Fucking 3D TVs were such a fucking stupid joke.
Yeah. No, not Excite Truck. That is a Nintendo game. Anyway, yeah, 3D TVs represented like, sometimes new tech comes out and it represents a potential, but you can't go all in on it because the market might not adopt it. And in this case, fuck no, did they not adopt it. And curved TVs, they didn't adopt that. You know what I mean? Like, there's a bunch of shit where like these manufacturers just had to abandon it because like people were not biting, you know? So yeah.
By the way,
be a little like that.
I was tipped off by the chat, and I checked out on the avermedia.com website myself. Your max pass-through and record resolutions for the Live Gamer 4K GC573 is 2160p with 60, or 1440, 144, and 1080, 240.
Okay.
So on a PlayStation 5, there will never be a fucking game that runs at 4K 120. I think Devil May Cry 5 kicks you down to 1080p when you do 120 hertz.
Well,
so that will probably do it.
I'm not that bothered in the sense that at the end of the day, it's going to have to fucking crunch itself onto Twitch and YouTube anyways. And YouTube bitrate does what it does. So we're not going to see...
the day that Twitch increased the available bitrate from 6 to 8, I was just like, oh my god.
Yeah, you don't care about YouTube bitrate anymore, right? Like you're done. Like that's
Fuck, do I care about YouTube bitrate?
You're just you're just on the Twitch mode. See, I'm still paying attention to that shit on both sides, and
well, Twitch's bitrate is comparable to YouTube's now, so it's not that big a deal.
But because of what happens at the end of the process, it doesn't end up. To me, at least, it ends up being. Also, like in addition to that, like it goes through an extra step because Min has to actually process the video. So you're losing a little bit each time anyway, to some degree. But for me personally, it's just like, it would be nice to fucking get as much of that going through as possible. Well, this is a fucking inside baseball conversation that didn't expect it to go this way. But anyway, you talked about the RE showcase a bit, I suppose. We kind of covered.
Hey,
that.
I wanna respond to something that I've seen a complaint or like Pat's an insane person many times, where people, specifically people that I can see right now, have gone like, I don't understand Pat. He's so insane. He buys the most expensive video card so that he can play on a 60 FPS TV, right? Why isn't he pushing the bleeding edge? And it's like, I don't want the highest highs. I want the lows to go away. I think, God, what was it? A friend of mine called me Mediocrates once because I don't want any more weaknesses anymore. I don't want to improve any strengths.
Mediocrities.
I just want to remove weaknesses.
That's funny.
If I could make almost every game I ever played look like shit, but it would always run at 60, I would press that button. Christ, you know what? You know what's actually really infuriating? Well, have you ever played a PC game where it has like a 30 FPS cap and you turn it on and it just stutters like complete garbage? And it doesn't feel like a 30 FPS game does on a console?
Injustice was not running properly. Maybe Injustice.
Like, if anybody played Last of Us Remastered on the PS4, you can set it to 30 FPS because you can be like, oh, I want it to play like how it did on the PlayStation 3, and the 30 FPS that they instituted there is terrible because they cut the vertical refresh in half instead of actually just limiting the frame rate. And it's like Christ, man, like 60 FPS, we can't even get games that run at 30 for fuck's sake, or a good 30. It's fucking terrible. Just fucking put a good frame limiter in there.
Question: have you ever tried? And probably not, but have you ever tried the direct streaming from the PlayStation shit?
Yes, once. Actually, no, 3 times. The very first Final Fantasy 15 streams were that.
How's the output? Especially
terrible.
PS5 now, I'm questioning.
No, I don't know about that. Don't know.
Okay.
But PS4 was like trash.
Because I'm wondering if now, if it possibly might go much smoother than our capture cards even.
No way. Absolutely.
No, it's 720p. Oh my god. What? Okay. All right. Abandoned ship. Fuck off. Never mind. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe they're like, oh, it's the fucking next gen and streaming is the big deal.
It.
Let's advance.
Well, no, because it's gotta run with all the it's gotta run with the leftover UI juice that games aren't using.
But there's so much power in the next gen that.
No, shut up. Shut up.
It has the
liar.
blah. Okay, all right. Well, fuck that. That's fucking trash.
I said it. I think the podcast where I was playing Demon Souls, where like almost every single game I'm playing on the PS5 has a performance mode, and I really desperately hope that all those publishers are getting back the user data that they always look at and going, hey, everyone picked the performance mode.
Mm-hmm.
Like, please, please, please.
I mean,
Like, I'm playing Valhalla on the PS5 because it runs way better on that than it does on my PC.
well, dude, I never expected console games to start bringing over PC graphic options. Like, I expected us to continue down the road of what you see is what you get, and that's what it is. So
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised myself.
It's nice to see it, right? It's nice to see it, and multiple games are giving you the choice. You know, what the fuck did I like? Yeah, like even fucking like KOF 13 had a variable or static frame rate option. You know what I mean? Like from however long ago. Anyway, so that's Sam Show 120 FPS.
That was a winding path, wasn't it?
It was a very winding path, but again, like it got into something interesting. Which again, yeah, if the monitor will just bottle cap what the actual game is spitting out, then everyone can continue to play together, at least for the foreseeable future. As like if we go in this direction, so that's good.
Off topic, I guess. I just saw somebody mention it. Have you turned on Ghost of Tsushima in your PS5?
No.
Do that. It's fucking nuts.
Does it ask you if you want to do that version?
No. It just when you go to like fucking performance resolution mode, the frame rate's unlocked, and it runs at lock 60, and it looks fucking incredible.
Well, I was investigating the legend shit, and Min was looking into it. So, like, yeah, I'm probably gonna end up seeing what's going on over there very shortly.
Yeah, no, it looks like a next gen game. It's fucking crazy.
Nice. Resident Evil, and then oh yeah, Bowser's Fury trailer. Big, angry, bad Godzilla Bowser.
I hope it's not just that one level.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Knowing Nintendo, they might be overhyping something that
I'm like super afraid it's just that single level.
It seems as if Bowser Jr. is hanging out with Mario because he's too scared of his dad now. Maybe. But yeah, Bowser's Fury is showing off something. Not much to it though.
Man, even if it is just that one level, man, there are a million fucking levels in that game.
It's incredible.
That game's great. That game's super good. I'm gonna LP that. I'm super fucking excited to play that game on stream and just hang out and jump on shit with Mario.
Yeah,
and the cat
it's very good. But that's not gonna be going away in March, right?
It's not. That's a real game.
It's the collection
that's
going
exist.
away.
Yes.
Okay. Bethesda and MachineGames announce Indiana Jones.
Man, Indiana Jones is gonna viciously kill some fucking Nazis in that game.
So it's gonna take place in 2021?
Well, I don't know how vicious Indy can manage at 2021
pew,
Indy.
Pew, 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 pew.
Shit, you know what? Harrison Ford puts on the hat and somebody hands him a gun and says, "You're Indiana Jones," and then they just push him into the street, and that's the game.
Unkempt, unshaven.
Yeah. I was in Firewall. How come people keep asking me about fucking Star Wars? Did you see Firewall? Nobody saw Firewall, Harry.
And then Inland Empire goes, "You're Indiana Jones. You know what you're doing." Yeah. Sure. Actually, what was the new ones like? Was he already old and tired in the newer ones where he like nuke fridge and all that shit? Because I didn't see those either.
There's only one, dude.
Okay. Was he already old and tired in that?
Oh yeah, he's old as shit. He's super old.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, I'm old, and Shia LaBeouf is there, and it's his son.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Then again, this is a game, so this could take place anywhere.
Oh yeah, it could do anything. You could even shoot an enemy as unrealistic as a Nazi.
Well, there's an important detail about this game, though.
What's that?
It will be executive produced by Todd Howard.
That's actually really interesting. Because
that himself.
Todd doesn't seem like the kind of guy to work himself to death on multiple projects, which makes me feel that like Starfield and ES6 might have less Todd Howard in them, which might be good. Might be really good.
Well, let me take a look here because my understanding or my guess had always been that as Mr. Bethesda. Oh, yeah, okay, no, let's see. His credits are after Skyrim, executive producer on Fallout Shelter, game director Fallout 4, executive producer Fallout 76, executive producer
Did a great job there, Todd.
Okay. So he's been doing EP. He's been taking EP role.
EP for things. Fallout 76 might be the most damning credit I can imagine. Yeah, it's fine. Ship it. That was his job. Holy shit.
Is he not the CEO?
No. Hell no.
Really?
No.
I don't know shit.
Nope. He's the head of the studio.
Huh.
But the studio's like owned by Bethesda Games or Softworks or whatever the fuck.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I thought he was hands-on and then eventually got promoted out of actual creative.
No, fuck no. No.
Okay. I mean, this is one of those things where I'm out of the loop. I've been out of the loop on Bethesda forever, so I've just been watching these stories come in for years.
You know what disappoints me about Todd Howard?
Mm-hmm.
That he gets to do interviews and the interviewer doesn't go, but how do we know you're not completely full of shit, Todd?
You don't.
That should be every single question. But I guess you gotta do the I don't know.
But
it's
Pat, you don't accept.
We'll get blacklisted. We're gonna get blacklisted.
Pat, you don't accept interviews with people who will ask you those questions. The people who will ask those questions don't get the interview. It's really quite simple.
This is why I don't get those interviews.
This is 1,000% why you don't get those interviews, because you've applied for your press credentials to interview some people. I'm sure that's what's the top of your list. You don't want to play the games. You want to sit and talk to the people making them and have conversations.
No, actually, I just want to tell them they're full of shit.
Yeah.
I actually have zero interest talking to people who make games that I like. I just want to tell dumbasses that they suck ass. Like, if somebody was like, hey, man, you want to interview with Yoko Taro? I'd be like, not really, but I guess I should take it.
Pat stares at the roaring flames of the bridges all around him, cooked to cinder.
You know, I will say one thing. Something that I really, really, really like is that when you're warmed by your bridge fires and it's very hot and sweaty, occasionally you'll discover that people saw your bridge burning and were inspired to build a bridge to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I like those people. I really, really like those people.
This is true.
When I get contacted for like a publisher thing or like a whatever, and then somebody's just and I just do the thing that I do the same time. Like it's really funny because like I'll get like a business email and I'll start replying to it, and Paige will be next to me and she'll be like, "You're not gonna say that, are you?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, I'm gonna say it." And then I say it, and then they respond back like a human, being like, "Oh yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. The embargo's this." I'm like, "Oh nice, I like you now. Let's laugh at this other place that I burned the bridge at. Oh, that place sucks." I was talking to a social media manager influencer person, and we were like complaining about Sony for like 40 minutes.
Nice.
And what a bunch of assholes a bunch of people over at Sony are.
See, well, the fun part about
I love that person.
The fun part about when people build that bridge over to you as a result of the fires is that you now have more wood to light on fire when the time comes.
I don't think I could respect anything more than somebody offering me a code to their game, and I do a stream of it and be like, "Oh man, this is really rough," and then they contact me again, and I'm like, "Aren't you mad that I said that game sucked ass?" I'm like, "I don't care, dude."
All right.
Oh man, that's laudable. Not giving a shit is so good. Oh, it's great.
Okay, but then you don't get to ask questions when you don't get to be like, "Oh man, when it doesn't work out." You gotta stick to your road.
I don't.
You gotta stick to your road. You don't get to be like, "Oh man."
Funny. I actually find it like really hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
I think like getting blackballed by people after I burn that bridge down is the funniest fucking thing in the world.
I'm gonna put on my tap dancing shoes.
Hey guys, do you want
shine them up?
Hey, do you like my business email is like it's like nonstop hilarity. Like it is genuinely fucking awesome.
Yo, my literally
like
the last email I sent this morning was Red Bull being like, "Hey, so just wanted to make sure you still wanted to get that regular case delivery of the sugar freeze," and I'm like, "Hell yeah,
that's good.
Hook it up, baby.
I love it.
Let's go."
Oh man. Like you know who's really great? You know who's like really really great? Rebecca Ford over at Digital Extremes. She's the Warframe mom. I was on a stream with her and Shy and DK. And like she was there for like 2 seconds, and I was like trying to trick her into talking about how trash Destiny was, and she kept being like, whoa, hold on, oh, we're all big fans of Bungie over like the PR thing, and then I just started shitting all over Warframe because Warframe like sucked ass at that current moment. And she like laughed it off. And then I showed up at her personal stream and gave her a hat. And then she wore that hat for like an hour because she doesn't take it personal because she's really cool.
Yeah.
She's a very nice lady.
That's cool. That's cool.
That's great. Thank you.
In the meantime, I'll take my free shit.
Oh, you're so... You know what the funniest thing is? Yeah. I have a stream intro made by the incredible and talented Quiet Viking, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Where I have like a shedding tear that becomes like the phrase "Give me your money" in sparkles.
Yes.
And
now I have
Now
I have to lean further into this opposite and to the anti-pad approach by going full hard sellout turbo speed.
Right, yeah, and so it's like I will like beg for dollars from the people, And I'll fucking take any deal that anybody offers me on the business email, but like I won't play any of their stupid games, like their little friendly fucking social networking fucking bullshit. I have no time for this. You have any idea how many emails I've responded with? Like they're like, "Oh, do you want us to send you this?" And I'm like, "No, I don't care. Can I stream it? Give me a code." And then they never get back to me. I'm like, "Yeah, guess it was never to be."
Yeah, well, what can I say?
Don't you shake your head at me. I sell out my way.
That's fine. In the meantime, if anyone out there is in the market for a custom computer, why don't you check
Artesian builds?
If you're looking for oh, well,
dude, I have a thing in my email right now, which is genuinely really weird. They want to pair me up with other streamers that I've never heard of for like a big group thing.
Okay.
And I'm like, man, that's going to be super weird. What if they don't like me?
I did that for like Among Us and a couple times actually. I've done like 2 Among Us streams with people I didn't know. And it was all right. It was fun.
I'm very awkward at making new friends, so I'm worried. I'm worried. What if they don't think I'm funny?
Well, the trick is to push the envelope as hard as possible and hope that one of the 7 will be like, yeah, I like the cut of your jib. And that the rest, fucking leave you in the dirt, but at least you get one lasting person out of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy. All you got to do is you got to scan the room. You got to check, okay, like, is anybody in here? Like, are there any British people in here? Yeah, okay. Are there any Italians? No. Great. Got an in. Done. Hey, you guys ever have a pizza? Oh, man, it's made by people that poop their pants. Nailed it. Everybody like you.
Yeah, I feel like I've watched this in action at multiple conventions and at Rooster Teeth and like all over the place as a room full of strangers has to figure out what to make of the situation that you've just brought upon them.
Yeah.
It's a tactic. It's a way of getting through life, I will admit. You can at least use that to get this far, if people are taking notes.
Use your personality as a sieve to sort through the chaff. Being people that don't want to deal with this bullshit right now.
Right now being ever. Hey, so someone is working on a Bloodborne PlayStation 1 demake.
That looks cool.
I
legit looks super cool.
Kind of am in love with what they're doing and really, really, really want to play this.
I really want to take a look.
There's a link in the description, but it's being made by Botster on Twitter, Lily Meister, and there's a dev thread with a couple of different clips of like the hunter walking around, taking out some of the giant doggos, and then waking up in the hunter's dream. And yes, it does give off a Nightmare Creatures vibe. It's true. But it's specifically Bloodborne.
That there's a reason for that. Nightmare Creatures is really similar to Bloodborne in tone. It's just that it's trash.
You get to see a riposte and a shotgun parry. Fucking looks really cool. It looks really cool. So yeah, take a look at this project. Obviously, it's early enough that the levels are not done. There's a lot of textures that are still need to be laid out and stuff. But more emulating of this era, and then once you've perfectly captured it like this, I feel like it does, like the draw distance is exactly as shit as it needs to be, then do like Ultra Kill and make the crispest version of it ever. So it's like
Have you
low poly, high res.
have you seen the trailer for Signalis?
What was that? That name rings a bell.
So Signalis is a survival horror game.
Is that
I'm
the
gonna
one with
grab the
Brienne?
Brienne?
Uh,
I'm just gonna send you
Phasma?
the trailer.
Or the lady that looks like that?
I don't know about that, but it is like a PS1 looking demake, but is also like a million times better looking than a PS1 game could ever be, but it's still like rock solid in that style. And it is so my shit. Signalis is like the best looking aesthetic I have ever seen in a game.
Did I talk about this? Hold on a second. Let me look this up real quick.
No, you're thinking of Returnal, dude.
I'm thinking of Returnal with the yeah.
You're thinking about
Oh
Returnal.
yes, Signalis. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. Absolutely.
Is that not just like the absolute just
pimping this all the way? Yes,
that
yes.
Aesthetic. Oh.
Retweeting, following, bumping Signalis all day and night. One of the coolest art styles. Absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous. Yes. I am thinking of Returnal because I saw that thing and I was like, is that Brienne? That looks like Brienne. Anyway,
who the fuck is Brienne? What are you talking about? Is that a singer? What do you like?
Brienne of Tarth is the lady from Game of Thrones.
Is that some stupid Game of Thrones shit?
She also plays Captain Phasma in Star Wars.
How dare you bring up Game of Thrones on this podcast?
I'm
like
bringing
people
up Game
know
of
what
Thrones
that is
on this podcast.
Everyone forgot. Everyone forgot.
This podcast will discuss Game of Thrones. It will discuss it. In fact, I was.
Hey, Wooly? Are you talking about Game of Thrones? Why don't you take your pills? Take your fucking pills.
Yeah, time for me to follow you around, see what the fuck you're up to. I actually I had a discussion with Punch Mom about like that vibe because like recently, just because of how good Attack on Titan is right now. What happened?
Oh, I just saw some stupid shit in the chat, and the idea of you saying, "Hey, remember Game of Thrones?" I go, "Ah,
my head, it hurts."
Oh God, we're gonna be laughing about this for years, and no one's gonna get it.
The colors start fading out from the corner of the screen.
Oh no! Oh, this sucks. This is already a joke for no one. Oh God damn it!
Pills, podcast, Game of Thrones, pills, Game of Thrones.
Oh fuck. Ironically enough, I actually do have a vicious headache. I feel horrible.
I was discussing Game of Thrones recently because like I had a moment of going, oh my God, I forgot about some of how fucking trash it was, because we were we were just remarking on how incredible it is that this late in the game Attack on Titan is so fucking good, like incredibly good, and just going like, man, remember when we got this far into Game of Thrones and it just started shitting the bed? Like, how much relief do you have that each of these new final season episodes is dropping and we're just walking out of there like, oh, it's still good. It's better than it ever was. And the momentum never stopped, as opposed to like how sad and empty you are when you watch the fucking finale of all of, oh my,
the only good thing about that is that it like, I have described the fear of your series turning to garbage for like 20 years. Like, I've always been afraid of it, right? And I think the first time it really hit a lot of people was like Lost. Like that Lost finale. I saw a lot of sad people, but they were still like, well, those first couple seasons were great, right? Now,
Walking Dead.
Now, like, society got to feel the fucking fear. And so, like, I hope that a lot of people are a little more cautious about their excitement, because man,
See, it's interesting
like,
though, because if it bleeds out enough, like Walking Dead, people just tune out and stop watching, right? But like the mystery and the questions and the how's it gonna go down Game of Thrones setup meant that you had to stay in the whole time, you know? But yeah, fear of the series shitting the bed the longer it goes on is grounded because so many things fucking can't deliver on the follow through.
do you know what was an incredible experience? Sitting down and watching Breaking Bad over the course of 2 weeks.
That's nuts. Wow. But that's how a lot of people did it, actually. A lot of people binged it like that after they got told, after word of mouth was like, oh my god, no one was going to shut up about Breaking Bad. Then people went, all right, and then they binged the whole thing. So
yeah,
that's
do you know what?
Do you know
when I did that? I did that the day after the fucking series ended, and everyone was like, wow, that was one of the greatest finales ever.
Right. Right.
It makes me think, do you know what the greatest fictional tragedy would be? Congrats to One Piece for hitting 1,000 chapters. What if One Piece just became terrible for 1,000 more chapters and then ended?
I would feel so bad for the fans. I don't even know if I could find it in my heart to laugh at that. I would feel so bad.
But I'm a monster.
That would be really terrible and sad. Then again, I mean, fucking guts on a boat, so, you know, it happens.
I just thought of something about One Piece, and I thought it wrong, but I think it's funnier this way. The thought that hit my head was, hey, if I read one page of One Piece every day, will I die? And what I meant in my head was like,
will you die before you finish it?
But no, if I read one page of One Piece every day, will I die?
You might.
It's possible.
There's someone out there that reads every single Captain Tsubasa thing ever. There's someone out there that follows it religiously. There's a precedent for this. One Piece is stepping into existing footprints. All right, so yeah, check out the Bloodborne demake. Then I want to give a quick shout out to another cool indie game, Victory Heat Rally. I'm gonna bump this. I retweeted it recently, but this essentially just looks like lots of fun, love, and all the things you want to see. You know, the things that I was attracted to about like Drift Stage.
Are any of these games going to come out, man?
Well, this is a new one. This is another thing. Drift Stage, there's nothing else to say. I mean, you know, RIP. Myron made his music. He did his job. It was incredible. The project went the way it went, and fucking, I don't know. I think, yeah, people just fucked off on that. But here's another racing game being made called Victory Heat Rally by some different people, and it looks charming and fun and 3D and colorful, and I'm very excited to see and play this. I know that it's like the curse of one might feel like it should extend beyond to the others, but this is a different thing by different people. So I give it renewed hope.
I am attributing like a magical association with this genre, aren't I?
Yes, because you're thinking of Drift Stage and a 90s arcade racer, and the tragedies associated with trying to capture this.
There could be an association. I mean, it could be that like people who like make 90s classic arcade style racer with like a polygonal thing just like there's an overlap of liking this genre and being addicted to meth, and it's hard to make a game when you're fiending for meth, but that's probably not what's happening.
I mean, there are the ones that came out though. Yeah, Power Drive 2000 did come out. Distance did come
Were they
out.
able to temporarily kick their meth habit? I can't even follow my own internal logic anymore. That doesn't make any sense. That Power Drive 2000. That where is that? I just looked it out on Steam and I couldn't find it. Is that like an indie? Indie?
Power Drive 3000? No.
I mean, it's a Kickstarter. Last updated February 21st, 2017.
Huh.
Did it come out? Demo? It did not come out.
Power Drive. Wait.
It did not come out!
No. Oh, what's the one I'm thinking of? I'm not. Oh my God, that's another one that died.
That's so good!
Oh!
You just said, well, Power Drive 2000 came out, and no, it didn't! This fucking genre is so cursed!
Oh my God, it's so cursed. I wasn't even thinking of Power Drive through two. I just said it. I was thinking of Oh God. What was it? There's another one.
Dude, that's incredible.
Fuck.
Oh, what's the game Willie's thinking of him? Where is
Horizon
it
Chase
Hot Shot
Turbo.
Racing?
Horizon Chase Turbo. The one that is
Hot Shot
actually
Racing also came out.
Okay, no, I'm not thinking of Hot Shot. I'm thinking of Horizon Chase Turbo, which actually has Top Gear music in it.
Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah,
and it has Top Gear vibes, and we played it.
Oh my God, that looks so much like Top Gear
on Race Wars.
That's fucking crazy how much that looks like Top Gear.
Yes.
Like usually a lot of the other ones are trying to do like Daytona or like fucking Ridge Racer.
Yeah, okay.
It's like, dude, that's just fucking Top Gear.
God, I just fucking my brain just So anyway, it is fucking cursed, but you know, the ones that come out need to be championed for existing. So these are some
Horizon
of those.
Chase Turbos is made by Brazilians. That explains everything.
Honorable mention to Sonic Roboblast 2 Kart. That thing was crazy. All right.
I can't believe you're fucking shot in the dark. Found a different canceled one of those. It's so crazy.
Oh man. There's a great Myron vinyl with some awesome music on it that says Drift Stage, and I think we both own Drift Stage shirts.
I had to throw my Drift Stage shirt out.
Yeah,
it became tattered.
Okay, well I still got mine, and I do still appreciate that style.
I actually wore it too often, and too many washes did it in.
There you go. Look at that, right? Anyway, hey, in an interview, Yoko Taro on stream implies that if you want Papa Nier to come to Nier Replicant, then they need to sell enough copies of Nier Replicant. How many? At least half of what Automata sold. If Nier Replicant version 1.22474487139 sold about maybe half of what Nier Automata did, they'd consider adding Papa Nier.
Replicant? More like Replicandu, Yoko Taro. Seriously, that isn't actually crazy at all.
That works out to about 2.5 million copies.
That is a little crazy.
Not
that
a
game
fan.
doesn't have as many giant asses in it. It's not going to happen.
Not a fan of ransom features. Who says it doesn't?
Yeah, it's a little different.
Hey, who's stopping the giant asses from coming in with Popaneer?
Just slap a Germa on there.
You got a problem with that?
No.
Okay, good.
Why would you think I have a problem with it?
All right. Give Daddy a dumper.
But that's the worst. That's the worst term I've ever heard for that. Holy shit. Because it's supposed to be dump truck, right? But like a dumper? Fuck. That's terrible. Holy Christ. Phew. What are you, fucking Jim Norton now?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah? Of that whole crew. That's the fuck. Ugh.
Yeah, that's pretty much been my role from day one, if you think about it.
Oh. That's just
Minus
no
the
one
glass
wants to be
tables.
Jim Norton.
No glass tables.
Holy shit. God damn it. I said the word Jim Norton and now my brain just fucking teleports you saying the phrase, yeah, if you want to waste it, into my head. And I want to fucking throw up. You told that fucking story so many times and now it's fucking, I hate it.
Anyway, so Popaneer held ransom at sale of Replicant.
So I'll give Yoko a pass on this because when Capcom does it and they're like, they try and paint it as like a real thing, like an official thing, where they're like, oh man, maybe if you buy these Resident Evil games, we'll make a cool new Wii game, and it's literally always a lie. Or they put up those polls for what characters do you want in Street Fighter 4, even though the fucking characters had already all been decided like a year beforehand. But Yoko Taro's like straight up just trying to trick you into buy more copies. Like, it's way more overt.
See, but what if he's already working on Popaneer, though?
Well, then that's cool. We're friends now.
It's the objectively better story. Fucking give it. Give it. But it's not just a model swap. They need the voice, too.
Yeah, I want to hear Kaine. We're friends now, aren't we? Friends. So fucking stupid.
And also, like, they gotta edit the lines to say dad. And you know, everything. So, yeah. I'm glad a lot of people are gonna get to experience that, though. That jumped on at Automata. Working backwards is a little weird, but it'll still be interesting.
I mean, that shit's so different that you can totally go either way.
Not as different as it used to be. Right? It looks a lot more similar now, so, you know. Anyway, let's take some letters.
Yeah, I'm gonna like vomit from this headache, so that's really good.
Good.
I feel so good right now. That's a lie. I don't know if you could tell if it was lying. So if you want to ask me a question about lying while your brain is exploding, go ahead and send that to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Got one coming in. Adam says, hey, Pat, but most likely Wooly, the GameStop roller coaster isn't over. Update. My entire life savings is now in GameStop stock.
Oh, fuck.
The doubling in price this week wasn't because of a short seller closing their positions. It was because of a large number of retail investors that bought shares, citation below. My guess is because of this tweet by Mad Money. Fucking Jim Cramer, huh? Wall Street has
Isn't
still...
that guy like a total hack shit fraud?
He's the nutso dude that fucking does these... so... Wall Street has bet on GameStop going bankrupt in a few months, and it cost them just under $1 billion this week. Well, if the short squeeze happens, the ridiculously high price is still to come. I expect the current price, $35, is going to stay after everything calms down. Also, BlackBerry's doing great too, like it's 2008 again. Wish me luck on my YOLO. Damn. All right. This sounds like somebody who eats, sleeps, and breathes Wall Street bets.
Yeah.
If you're coming from Wall Street bets, then this is exactly the flavor you hear. Talking about YOLOing life savings into something.
Yeah. Wall Street gambling is gambling for people that need the rush of betting their entire life on a single roll at the roulette table.
WSB in particular, though, is a special. It's a special flavor of of investor. That's just stonks always go up no matter what happens. Doesn't matter. Shut up. Facts are useless. We invest. Fuck your bull economy.
Gotta
we go
buy
bear.
the dip, man.
Fuck your bear economy. We go bull. All the way.
Well, what if the dip is actually a crash? Buy the dip.
Ride that rocket all the way to Mars. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Stock market's such a fucking scam. The whole
It
fucking
is.
thing.
It is a glorified. It is a glorified casino. You know. Yeah. And the best part is when people, like fucking when it pays off, and then someone shows off what they fucking got, and then everybody goes and just gets the smell of blood, and then rushes to do the same, and I have to admit, I am surprised that GameStop is still alive. I'm kind of eating my words on that. I really thought they'd be dead by now. Same for Stadia.
Oh, Stadia is like incredibly alive.
The resilience.
And by incredibly, I mean astonishingly.
Yeah. You know, I guess you can never underestimate like how much bleed money the parent company has. Right?
Oh yeah.
Stadia will never actually run out of money. They'll just piss off Google to the point where they pull the plug.
They'll get tired of running out of money.
Exactly. But they could continue to exist that way. It reminds me of when was it Yamauchi who said Nintendo has enough money to lose profits for 40 years straight?
Yeah. Like no
Fucking...
one's... You see that article that came out where it was described that in the early aughts, no, before that, in the 90s, before the GameCube came out, Microsoft sent Steve Ballmer down to fucking buy Nintendo.
Ballmer licked my balls.
And they fucking walked into the room and pitched them, be like, well, you guys aren't a technology company, but you make great games, so how about we make the Nintendo? And like the fucking dudes on the Nintendo side of the meeting just literally sat there and like laughed at them for over an hour as they kept trying to do the pitch. And then they wouldn't stop laughing, so they just left.
I'll always remember that like there was a fake IGN article way back in the day that was about that meeting, and it quoted Yamauchi as saying Ballmer can lick my balls. And that was when I like learned his name and grew to remember it. And it was I think it was a screenshot. It was like an early internet Photoshop, I believe, of just like back when it was IGN64.com or possibly even N64.com. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, I found the direct quote. Steve Ballmer, oh, it wasn't Ballmer himself. Steve Ballmer made us go meet with Nintendo to see if they would consider being acquired. Bacchus recalls. They just laughed their asses off. Like, imagine an hour of somebody just laughing at you. That's kind of how the meeting went. Bob McCreen, head of business, said that the pitch to Nintendo was that their, quote, hardware stunk compared to Sony PlayStation. It did. listen, you're much better at the game portions of Mario and all that stuff. Why don't you just let us take care of the hardware? Mick Breen recalled, but it, quote, didn't work out.
Did he try singing them the developer's song? Maybe that would have worked.
So, straight up, this was after they tried to buy EA and after they tried to buy Square Enix and after they tried to buy Midway.
But before they tried to buy
Bungie.
Nah.
Well, they did.
Oh, sure. But this was clearly not working with Nintendo. Let's take our business to Sega.
Yeah.
Are you putting a timeline together?
Yeah, that exact pitch was so much better suited to Sega.
We'll make the hardware
was terrible.
You guys work on the rest. No, you don't want to do that? Okay. We'll make the software. We'll put a little sticker on the bottom of your thing that shows you the Windows CE logo. And how about this? Console, games, 4 controllers, memory units. Yeah? Everything good to go? Okay. Buy ours now.
It's
and
ours.
The rest is fucking history.
There's a lot of Sega games on that original Xbox.
Jet Set Radio Future. Somehow ready to go on launch. Interesting how that was ready to go on a Microsoft
like it's a launch
console.
Title for a new Sega console.
Bunch of Sega games sitting there ready to go on launch. Very interesting. Four ports, memory units. Yep. Okay. Interesting. Well, anyway. Coinky Dink is a Coinky Dink, right?
That's crazy. That's a weird one.
Wild coincidence. Nintendo fucking like that's the smartest silence you've ever heard or not heard for that matter.
It's wild to me how Xbox has still made no penetration in Japan after like 20 years. It's fucking crazy.
I'll never forget that picture of the those 2 Japanese dudes laughing at it in a display case from the reveal event.
Just straight up laughing at it.
Yep, pointing and laughing.
Look at this shit.
And then Jamsy. I'll always remind the internet about Jamsy, the Japan Xbox mascot, who came and went. He got a logo carved into his haircut. Is what it is. Anyway. Yeah, good luck on that, Adam. Jake says, Seventh-day Adventist slaps grenade out of midair. Dare eternal brown-faced champions. I recently watched the movie Hacksaw
I don't
Ridge.
like that. No. I don't like that one.
Starring Andrew Garfield, Spider-Man, and directed by Mel Gibson. Jesus Christ. It's your standard World War II movie with Andrew Garfield playing the role of a Seventh-day Adventist who signs up as a medic but refuses to use weapons due to his religious beliefs. He upholds the
medics
belief.
aren't supposed to use weapons anyway.
He upholds his belief throughout the movie. However, in the final act, Andrew Garfield's character slaps a grenade out of midair and kicks it back to the attacking Japanese forces in horrible slow-motion action sequence. This move is based on a true story, so I'm wondering, does that count as using a weapon? Is this World War II hero burning in SDA hell? Technically, he just kicked a grenade in self-defense, but it still ends up hurting people. Can you think of any other dumb religious loopholes that are like this? Yes, I can. I talk about the Shabbat man all the time with the Judaism. He parried a grenade, you say. Interesting. This story, well, one, he's not burning an SDA hell because there is no such thing as SDA hell, because hell is not a place, it's a time. Hell is only when the earth is on fire and everyone is being cleansed of their sins. Hell will end when the last sins are burned away. So it's not a place, another dimension of infinite damnation. But I would go ahead and say, based on my upbringing, that this does not count as breaking the law. This parry is acceptable because I was raised to believe that God is not one who you can trick on technicalities. And if it's reasonable and understandable, then this is in fact in the clear. So, yeah.
I would make the distinction from my extraordinarily not Seventh-day Adventist perspective that the intent is all that mattered. Was he slapping it out of the air to save his bros, or was he slapping it out of the air to kill those dudes?
Well, that's the idea, right? And this is where we get into the convoluted area of like saving lives versus taking them and taking them to save them. And in some cases, there's religions where they're like, we don't believe in a blood transfusion. So if someone gets into a car accident, there's nothing we can do. You know?
Yeah, that's stupid.
So
that's stupid, and you should probably go to jail if you.
Yeah, that's not great.
That
but
in fact, you totally do go to jail if you deny that kid that service.
But for what it's worth, I was raised to see these types of situations where if there's some sort of technical loophole or some bullshit, the answer is no, because exactly the intention and where you're at and what you're doing is what matters. And if you're nefariously attempting to skirt through something for, less than honest purposes, then that's bad enough on its own. So, no string to keep us indoors around the the outside of our houses, Christian from Western Australia says,
Good
hey,
guys.
Hey, Wooly, big
you gotta
fan.
do the accent. You have to do it. It's the law.
Hey, Wooly, big fan. Love your work. A couple of times on the podcast, Monsanto has been... It's long. Fuck you. Monsanto has been mentioned. In particular, the most recent podcast you referred to something about Monsanto style. I think it was a reference to the idea that Monsanto blames farmers for accidental seed contamination. As someone who also seems interested in cutting through bullshit, rumors and hysteria, I thought you'd be interested to learn that this trope about Monsanto is completely unfounded. In a similar way to claims about election fraud, accusations against Monsanto have been repeated endlessly in such quantity that many people take for granted that they must be true. They're not. It feels bad defending a greedy giant corp who certainly aren't saints, but personally, I find it fascinating how much Monsanto has been turned into boogeymen without substantiation. Here's a link to a recent podcast episode where the issue from an academically referenced and independent source comes up. You can listen to it, it's only 15 minutes, or skim the transcript. I'll repeat the pertinent part for suing farmers here. It's such a common belief, and it's absolutely false. It's easily verified. Monsanto has publicly stated that it has never committed, it never will sue if our patented seeds or traits are found in a farmer's field as a result of inadvertent means. This was put to a judicial test in 2011 when Monsanto was sued by organic seed growers and trade association to make them stop suing farmers who had seeds accidentally.
Okay, I'm going to be really honest. I've actually stopped listening to this. Like, as soon as they said this was easily researched, I literally typed in "Is Monsanto evil?" and found like dozens of articles saying that they are, and a couple saying, "Oh no, they're not that evil." And it's like,
that's not the question.
Okay.
It's about the specific of the blowing of the seeds into the wrong farmers' fields, and then farmers getting sued as a result of it. They're legally prevented from. Okay, I'll skip ahead, but he says they're legally prevented from ever doing so, and they haven't and never plan to. Not raging or calling you out or anything dumb like that. I'm a biologist with a master's degree in science communication. My area of expertise is public misunderstandings of science, so it's a topic I find fascinating to talk about. Essentially, he just wrote in to say that there is a common belief about Monsanto, and I didn't know that was not true. So if that's the case, then yeah, interesting.
What the fuck's this guy just writing in to defend this fucking hyper evil corporation? Like, I'm baffled.
Yeah,
This video game podcast we offhand mentioned, haha, Monsanto is fucking evil.
Yeah, I think it's the specifics of that fact, and I get it because I do recite that fact, and I have done so many times. I've talked about how Monsanto has sued farmers for crops accidentally blowing into their fields, and if that is something that is not in fact true, then I'll stop bringing that up. Not that there's not other things and reasons, certainly, with them, but yeah. All right.
I legitimately don't understand why anyone would defend any company ever.
Well, I think it's about hating for the right reasons, and not for ones that can be shut down as false. That's important to me. I don't want to be like talking some bullshit that's not true when it turns out, there's something else entirely going on.
You just skip that step and be like, Monsanto's evil.
Yeah, you can, definitely.
That seems simpler.
Last one coming in here. Mute says, Dear Hitmonlee and Hitmontop, I watched Detective Pikachu recently, and being the idiot that I am, decided to check TV tropes. On the site, I saw a certain discovery made by a bright individual, one subscribing to Wooly's school of thought. It was since deleted, but luckily nothing gets out of wiki-style sites. So without further ado, deleted from the TV tropes Detective Pikachu article. Tim's status as a mixed-race child is actually a clever reference to Pokemon breeding mechanics. In the games, you can breed two Pokemon of different species as long as their egg types are compatible, with the resulting offspring being Pokemon of the same species as the mother. In the movie, Tim is closer in appearance to his mother, while his father, Harry, looks nothing like him.
Fuck off.
Ryan Reynolds makes perfect sense if you put forth the idea that this follows the Pokemon breeding rules.
All right, that's enough.
Is it?
That's enough.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's a hidden movie details, man. Hidden movie facts, yo. Good shit. Good shit. All right, we can call it there. That's fine. That's just, we can. Does your head hurt? Do you need your pills?
My head hurts really bad.